Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Phoenix Wright, Paul of Justice. We got started on case number 3 last time. Got through, we got through the first day in trial before it was suddenly postponed due to a very interesting revelation about one of the detectives on the case. Now, he may not have been where he says he was, and how he somehow might have also been at the scene of the crime, despite also being playing on stage during the concert, if I remember correctly. Because the crime happens during the concert, if I remember correctly. So how could he be in both places at once? But apparently that's what our star singer mentioned during her testimony. So we're gonna look into that. We also have like a certain mystery magic man running around doing God knows what, probably some really suspicious shit that I'm sure is perfectly normal and definitely not suspicious in the slightest. Can I like tweak this link out, or are you just gonna keep breaking? I don't know what's going on here. Maybe it's gonna tweet, I'm not sure. Internet just is it's that time of night, but it's trying. Well, whatever, hopefully it goes out, doesn't matter. Let's get started on day number 2 here. Now, I think I saved shortly after starting the next chapter because I had to make sure we watered the plant, or at least checked on it for that achievement. Because I wasn't sure I was going to remember. Turns out I did remember, but now I don't remember where exactly we were planning to go, if anywhere. Let's get out of here. I don't think we need to be here. Should we start at the detention center? Or Sunshine Coliseum? Is that where the concert was? I don't recall a name ever being given for the venue. That's probably it. This is probably just like a different part of it that I don't know about. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Well, if it ever sends out, then great. At least a Discord notification went out. That's more important, I think. We'll start at the detention center. That seems like usually a good place to go. So we have at least, even if we can't talk to anyone, we can hopefully get like a goal, even if they won't answer our questions. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. They don't have decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. Oh yeah, that's right as well. Apparently it was an adult that shot him, but somehow there's no way out of the room, at least not without being seen, as we all know. So they're still blaming the kid. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobaye can and see. Is it really lying, or he was just keeping up, you know, his act? I feel like if anyone lied, it was the other singer who actually can't see. We are live, though, right? We're not live? I can't tell if we're live. I hope we are. It is streaming. I love when the internet's in flux like this. I can't tell if anything works or not. Well, whatever. I'm trusting that OBS is being truthful here, and things aren't as bad as they look in Firefox. Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we could talk to him or anything. That's a good point. I also did forget that he can't talk to us. He just talks in wingdings. Words are overrated. Feelings are what matter, Apollo. Yeah, well, feelings don't get us answers to this crime, Trucy. Words do. Kinda hard to build a court case on feelings. Court doesn't really like that. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. You need someone to complain to, I'll listen. Why does she look distraught? That she isn't be the target of like complaints and just laying it all out, even though it has nothing to do with her. I think she's actually worried for me. Well, let's give it a try anyway. So what do you think of the trial today? He's not even gonna bother talking anymore. He knows it's worthless. Well, he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. I still feel like he does know English. Like, we're gonna get some I am still guessing there's more to this kid than we know. Like, they've been lying this entire time, both of them. I'm thinking he's probably also going to be like a secret Interpol agent or some shit. Have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Are you implying that this kid did some crime, Trucy? Would have to be, like, positive. Huh? Oh shit, are we gonna get to use our bracelet? I'm glad Lamoureux testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darien of the Governors, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went and all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? Hey. What is it, Apollo? No, it's nothing. Must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Virginian. He doesn't speak English. Well, way to just assume, Trucy. But okay, just like we assumed that he was blind. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Huh? Maybe it's malfunctioning. Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. What if that's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'll take something big to get to him. Some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. So, Machi, you can see, right? Machi can see and Lamoureux can't. Whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Yeah, well, welcome to a court case ran by someone, either Phoenix Wright or someone under his, like, command and tutelage. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. How's it going, Killian? One-person raids, hell yeah. Well, thanks anyways. It's always the thought that counts after all. How's it going tonight? Should mention, I don't know if we're going to finish this case today. I'll see how far I get. Because depending on how much is left, I was kind of tired this evening. So I'll see how much I'm willing to actually get through. I will at least get through the investigation portion for sure, though. But I'm not going to promise any progress on the actual trial portion. So before also, it's going fine. Just some stupid stress because of people. Damn. About to go to bed. Bed sounds cool. I like the sound of bed. I was like, my sleep is like so fucked. I'm not even sure if you asked me if I slept at all yesterday, I don't even know if I could tell you if I did. I think I did. I feel like I might have. Like, I would close my eyes and the next thing I knew, maybe an hour would pass, but I would just wake up again anyway. So, there's a chance that I technically got what might be defined as sleep. But hence why I'm like, tired this evening. And I'm not sure. I wasn't even sure if I wanted to stream, but I felt guilty because, like, I missed the last 2 streams. So I figured I had to do at least something tonight. My mic is kind of crappy. Yeah. That's true. It's always it hasn't been. It's so different than it ever has been. Or at least not for like the last 4 years. I feel. But yeah, no. That's this is known. This is very known, unfortunately. Unless it's like really crappy, more than usual. Because that could just be because of the internet. Although that'd be very surprising if it was. I mean, maybe it'll sound better in the recording, but I mean, if we're just talking in general, yeah, this is known. I do what I can with the equipment I'm provided, but I feel like if I want anything better of it, I've squeezed about as much as I could out of these with these settings and this mic. If we want anything better, I'd have to get like a new mic. But the issue is like I don't want like a desk mic because I can't use it for everything. I want to find like a good mic that's kind of like a headset, or at least like wireless and portable. But I haven't. It's been a while since I've like bothered to try looking at that stuff. But I do. I've thought about wanting to get something better. Just I don't want a desk mic because some of the types of streams I do that doesn't really work. But I might settle for a desk mic anyways because I figure, well, okay, if we do those streams, I'll just use my shitty mic and then use the good mic for everything else. The majority will at least sound good. So I might settle for like a decent desk mic. Proper headset with good quality. I mean, if you know of any proper headsets with good quality that are wireless, specifically wireless, they have to be wireless. That's the problem. You can find good headsets of really good quality, but they're never wireless. I think I've seen like one pair of one headset that was like wireless, but the review said it sucked. I don't remember what brand it was. Yeah, wireless is like the big kicker for me. If I'm gonna get a new headset, I would want it to be wireless because once I finally went wireless, I don't want to go back because wires, I have the worst luck with wires. They always break. Doesn't matter how careful I am with them, they always break. So I'm just fed up with wires. I want to stay wireless. I've had way better success with them. I was scared at first because I was like, oh, is there going to be like audio delay? Is it going to sound like shit? You know, not going to be able to play games very well because of delay? No. There was nothing to worry about in that regard. So I don't want to ever go back. Yeah, the wireless is probably the big part. I mean, that's why I'm saying, like, I kind of thought about getting like a lapel mic kind of thing because you could get some pretty high quality ones of those. They're pretty good, and they're usually wireless. So that was something I thought about, but I never really saw any good options. So I'm just like, you know what? Maybe we'll just get a desk mic, and then, you know, leave like the more active streams to have the shitty mic. Because obviously a desk mic's not going to work when I'm like 30 feet across the room and nowhere near it, and also facing the wrong direction from it as well. So I don't know. Something I've thought about but never really been able to act on yet. What a great day. It's perfect weather for sleuthing. Weather matters for an investigation? I mean, do you want to do fucking detective work in the rain and snow, Apollo? You're insane if you do. Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure. Let's get started, shall we? Right on. Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. I did enough at home, thanks. Well, there's no need to be shy. Keep that up and you'll never make it on the big stage. I'm happy in the courtroom, thank you. I am a lawyer. And you're in luck, because it's lawyer weather today. Don't you just want to face the blue sky and shout, objection? Look, the weather has nothing to do with lawyers. Let's get going already. Where are we? I guess we're like out front of the venue. Is there anything to even do here, or is this just a staging ground? Sunshine Coliseum sure is living up to its name today. It's huge! And Mr. Kevin got to play on that enormous stage. I'm so jealous. Someday, I'll fight my first battle on this stage. Battle? Well, yeah, it's a Coliseum, isn't it? They don't do gladiatorial contests at these places anymore, Trucy. Really? I had no idea. I wonder why they stopped. Sometimes I worry about her. Is the concert still on today? Like, I feel like, didn't they just accuse one of the members for murder? How is the what are people doing here? What's that creature there? Oh, that's the police mascot, the Blue Badger. It's life-sized. Haven't you seen them around town, patrolling the streets? Yeah, now even Law and Order has a mascot. I'd run from that thing even if I wasn't a criminal. Why does its head wobble like that when it walks? It's freaky. I don't think you're showing true Blue Badger spirit, Apollo. I think it's just a shitty costume, and whoever's operating the thing isn't doing a good job. They probably even take down the but I'm not... Okay, the posters are one thing. Why are there people here? Like, look at all the people looking at all of, like, the Gaviner merch over here. Like, they still have the stands up. People are hanging out here. Shouldn't this place be closed down because of murder? Let alone the fact that one of the band members got accused of it. Like, the concert's canceled, right? Surely. I know he's not technically arrested yet, but surely it's been canceled. Look, a blimp. Yeah, and they've still got, like, the blimps up and, like, all the flags up. You can't just say that, oh, they didn't take the posters down yet. No, they're going full out on the advertisement here. Seem you can't go in, but they can still sell merch. Maybe, like, but that just seems so weird. If people are coming, I guess if people missed out from last night, they want to still pick it up. Like, sure, why not? You know what? That's probably the most believable explanation we're gonna get out of this. So I'll take it. Balloons on it have sponsor hats on them. Let's see. Big sale, all shirts 50% off. Yeah, because someone got murdered. No one's gonna buy them at 100%. Oh, it's an ad for the department store next door. Oh yeah, you know, the department store that's right next to the concert hall. Very common phenomena there. Can we do some fire magic on them? Just burn the whole thing down? Look, we already got almost arrested for trespassing and theft and destruction of a crime scene in the last two cases. I don't think we need to add arson to our repertoire yet. No. Let's give it a few cases, and then maybe we'll consider it. Massive sign for guilty as charged tour. A giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Oh, maybe I could take it to the office when they're done with it. Where would you put it? You couldn't even get that thing through the front door. Then I'll put it outside. I bet it'd be good for business. Just as long as no one comes expecting us to prosecute. Well, if anyone comes looking for a concert, leave it to me. Is this some part of some twisted plan of hers to make her singing debut, I wonder? Yeah, private concerts from within the attorney office. Great idea. Okay, that seems to be it. Now we can go in. I feel like something's gonna happen there eventually. We get arrested for jaywalking? I mean, you probably could. Is anyone gonna arrest you for jaywalking, though? Like, when was the last time anyone's been fined, let alone arrested for jaywalking? That's really feels like one of those crimes that's just no one gets actually caught for. Even when, like, police are staring at you. They just don't give a shit enough to do it. Like, how desperate do they have to be to find someone to be looking out for jaywalkers? Wait till game 5 or 6 for arson? Like, actual arson cases? I'm guessing murder's involved. I'm expecting too much if it's just arson and no murder. Ah, Mr. Attorney. Lamoir. I'm sorry about today. There is nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Matzi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean. Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Yeah, I don't know if you're gonna really be able to use your sense of taste to get around this place, though, lady. You don't even have a cane or anything. Speaking of seeing, you knew who we were before we spotted you just now. Hey, we weren't even talking. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. I mean, you know, a lot of people can tell who's walking around by footsteps if you listen to them enough. I can tell who's walking around the house by their footsteps pretty easily. Here's that heard the crime taking place, or so she claimed yesterday. But how? I mean, didn't we know how? Like, she was walking by the window? I know they keep saying, oh, the window was closed. Oh, you can't hear through the window. I'm not buying that. Okay? The window being closed, I can buy that. I just cannot fathom someone walking right by that window is not going to hear jack shit. Because those windows like that are not soundproof. They're sound resistant, but they're not soundproof. I'm having a hard time going with the fact that they're going so hard on this logic that nothing could be heard through that window. Like, obviously I'm going to have to just accept it to solve this case, but that just makes no sense to me. I hear shit happen outside all the time through my window. The one that's like right above my desk. No problem. And it's also a double pane window. It's probably thicker than whatever window this was in this room. Actually, I don't remember if there was a real arson case, but I do remember something about things burning being important. I mean, doesn't that happen a few times, though? Because we get, like, I don't know, fires happen. They happen in 3-4, or the bridge case, whatever, 3-4, 3-5, whichever one that was. It happened in... Didn't it happen at least one other time? I thought there was a second fire that we've interacted with. Oh, well, there was the fire in the crossover game, for sure. So that's at least 2 fires. I thought there was a third, though. Still think she heard it over the earpiece. I mean, why is that earpiece just sitting there? Like, no one's bothered to pick it up. It's just been left there for God knows how long now. The thing is, though, that earpiece was there since we got here, well before the crime happened. It's like, does she have another earpiece? I mean, I guess if she was just coming back from her performance, then maybe she had one on. Does that mean she lip syncs her own songs? That's quite a statement you made in court today about hearing Darian Crescen's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. Wait. Lamoire, is something the matter? That voice just now. It was him. I am sure of it. No way. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though the noise was quite frightening, I never imagined the gunshots might be real. What did you think they were? And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. Oh yeah, just fake gunshots, like some guy pulled out a cap gun and used it to scare him to death. And he just died from fright. So, it really was Darian's voice that she heard? Yeah. At least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lamoire. I was singing in a restaurant in Virginia. And he was playing the piano? Yes. He was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? Ah, no, it wasn't then. That began after I made your debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. Must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. Does Darian sing? No, only Gavin sings, right? I had a thought, but then I realized that it doesn't seem possible. Because I'm pretty sure Darian doesn't sing in the band. About Mr. Latouche. Ah, yes. He was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not. No one did. Yeah, right. I bet she's an Interpol agent. I guess that's what it means to be undercover. But someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me. But why? Because you're the killer, aren't you? You're the one that we should be arresting here. You heard everything because you were the one having the conversation. You were in the room, you shot that gun, and then you lied about it. What makes you think that? Well, perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition. As my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded for memory. Clouded, right. Well, I don't think that's any stranger. If anyone says anything, I don't think that's any stranger than Darian doing it. Because Darian should have been up on stage during the crime. So, there's no reason for him to be in that room as much as there would be no reason for her to be in that room. Oh, I have a random earpiece on the ground. I know, right? Like, I'm surprised we didn't pick that up as evidence yesterday, even if it didn't become relevant until today. Darian's the bass. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. So the bass can sometimes harmonize with the singer in concerts. That usually happens. Usually if you have the guitarist that's also a singer, the bass will usually chime in. That's a fairly common thing. So maybe as like a backup singer, maybe that's what she heard. Maybe she heard the loudspeaker. Darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart? I have no memory of the time before I became Lamora. I awoke from darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Well, I mean, I consider 24 hours ago to be in the past. That's true. Everything before becoming Lamora is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way. That seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lamar. Exactly why her past would be related. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. Can we can't, like, re-examine this, right? Pick it up now. That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. It's small. Maybe no one's noticed. Kinda want to pick it up. It'd make a cool souvenir, don't you think? Yeah, you know, larceny is pretty cool, makes for cool souvenirs. I agree, Trucy. Does stick out in my mind for some reason. And yet we still leave it on the ground. Okay. Where else can we go? We can go to stage. No one's here. Oh, let's just go back outside. Whoops. We don't need that. That's what I wanted to do. No, I'm just looking for people to talk to. We'll do more examining later. Because we've like already looked over these rooms. I don't see anything different. Should I present something to her? I'm guessing that's what we need to do. I don't see anything new here. Although I guess technically some of this is new. Now that the police have been here. What if instead of Lamar hearing a playback over the sound system, Emma and Apollo did? But we didn't hear anything. Like the idea that it was Darian at all came as a shock to everyone in that courtroom. And the reason why I guess everyone is so easily ready to like jump on the idea that no sound could be heard outside of the room was because, yeah, we heard the gunshots because they're super fucking loud. But Emma and Apollo, who were also standing just outside the room, also heard nothing. So I guess that's why they're ready to be like, yeah, you know what, that makes sense. We didn't hear anything, so why would she hear anything? My current thought is maybe she's the killer, and she's not lying about hearing Darian. She's just twisting the truth. She heard Darian over the loudspeaker during the concert while she was killing Latouche. Hey look, part of the carpet's been torn up here. That was the part we did the luminol testing on in court. Luminol, right. You know, I couldn't stop thinking, who's gonna pay for this carpet? I would hope that the police do, considering that they just tore it up. But maybe not. As long as it's not us. No, it's gonna be you. Trust me. Maybe the shooter? Yeah, just get the shooter to pay for all the criminal investigation fees that they had to perform for his crime. I guess it's true what they say. Crime doesn't pay. I don't know, it seems to pay pretty well out to the policeman in that case. I would hope that carpet replacement costs weren't the only thing holding you back. What's this stuff over here? This looks new. We got like mayonnaise and iced tea. Oh, it's just the presents again. I was trying to click on the mayonnaise and iced tea on the counter. I see. I missed them. That's one of those permanent dryers you see in hair salons. Nope, that's also not it. Okay, cool. I guess we just don't get to talk about the mayonnaise. Emma and Paul only rushed in after we heard the 2 gunshots. Yeah, we only rushed in because we heard the gunshots, but we were standing there while everything else was going on. We should have heard the conversation if it was audible through the walls. Right? At least I think so. We were standing there for a pretty long time. There's no reason that we should have been able to overhear that conversation if it was audible outside the room. Which actually does bring up an interesting point, because she said that she heard his voice, but doesn't remember what he was talking about. So it should have at least been muffled, which means that we should have at least heard something. I don't recall us hearing anything except the gunshots. This was the window where L'Amour saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kinda hard to see a crime when you can't see, but she did hear it. Yeah, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way? I'm telling you, she probably just heard it through the wall. But it could be the loudspeaker that she heard. Because that shit was really loud. Although, I guess the loudspeakers weren't pumping into the hallway, so I don't know. Okay, we need to probably give her something. I don't know what that would be. Do we present this? No, okay. We probably need something else. I'm gonna go back to... Well, actually, no, we went back to the... I accidentally did go click outside. Nothing happened. Yeah. We could go to the detention center, but we needed like some decisive evidence or something to present to Machi before we go talk to him. Okay, where do I go next? I'm not sure what I'm missing here, because we examined all of this. Do I need to, like... Is there something else here that I could have examined that's new? I mean, I could just start clicking on everything again, but I feel like that's a waste of time. It's probably just going to be a lot of repeat dialogue. So I'm just looking for anything that's visibly different from yesterday. So far, I'm seeing nothing. I'm guessing it's probably inside the crime scene, if there was anything. Like, we already had the torn up armpit after all. Brooch L'Amour? Didn't we do that? I briefly thought about that, but I was like, no, we did that yesterday. Why would we do that again? I guess we can try it again. Because, yeah, see, it turns out it belongs to L'Amour, because we gave that to her yesterday, and she was like, that's mine. Yeah, and then now he's just like, it's generic nothing. Here, hold this gun for a second. How's it feel in your hand? You think you could pull the trigger? Is this basket new? Oh, I didn't mean to move. Are these flowers new, or are these always here? Oh, no, it's talking about the ladder. I was trying to click on the flowers. Handkerchief isn't new. Blood's not new. I guess we can click on the gun again. Hey, where's number 1? I guess the body's number one, but like, where's the sign that says number one? Murder weapon. So it belonged to Mr. Latouche. That thing makes normal revolvers look like water guns. Mr. Latouche was a big man. How about the person who shot him? Wouldn't they have to be about his size? I mean, not necessarily. Maybe the kid just got lucky. I don't... It's weird that they're... Maybe these are number one? Just weird that there's no, like, one on the ground here. They got a 2 for the blood, they got a 3 for the gun. I don't see a 1. Maybe I already have the thing that we need to present to Machi. I mean, I don't know what we could present. How about the gun? Here, kid, hold this gun for a second. No, I don't think this is gonna get anywhere. I'm pretty sure all of this is gonna be the same. No. Is there something here that we didn't do? I doubt it. I mean, we had... This was... Last case we had something here that we had to click on, but... I don't think we have to do that this time. Okay, the answer's gotta be at the Coliseum then. Oh, you know what? Let's go to the stage. Maybe there was something at the stage. I forgot to go back there. Is there anything here that we can examine? Wasn't this piano, like, not here when this part of the stage was up and then it got put back? Or am I crazy? Maybe it was always there. This note. What's this note on top? Or do we already get that note? That note looks new, but I don't think we get to click on it, unfortunately. The examine the office plant? I did that last time. I did that last stream. That was like the very last thing we did at the end. So the plant has been examined. I did it last time because I wanted to make sure I didn't forget to do it today. New game. No, that's what I mean though. Like after the trial ended, before I stopped streaming, I clicked on the plant. And today we picked up like literally right after I clicked on the plant. That's what I mean by yesterday or last stream. Not like in game, but like in real life. It was the first and only time we've had access to the plant so far. This case. Speaking of cases, how about this case? No, we already clicked on that last time too. Ask Lamar about that video? Okay. Wait, which video? Do we have a video in our... I have a keyring, I have a mixing board, I have a brooch, the gun, the postcard, investigation, the lyrics, crime photo, I got a diagram, autopsy. What video is this referring to? Is this something that hasn't happened yet? I mean, there's the videos in here. Should I pick one up? Is this a thing? We clicked on this last time and didn't give us anything. That's apparently I clicked on the fruit. Could have fooled me. Didn't we have a video of her act? I swear we did. No, I see what you mean, but no. No, we did not get a video for Act. We saw it, and we've referenced it a couple times using the lyrics item, so we could try that. Let me just see if, like, anything here is... This is just the TV probably again, right? Yeah. No, we never got, like, a piece of evidence that references the act directly. It's only ever been through the lyrics and like, look, this has happened, this was the lyrics of the thing she did yesterday, but it's also the stuff that happened during the crime. And I guess we could try that again. No, that's also nothing. I talked Trucy back. We can go do that. The only time I've only seen that actually be useful once in the entire series so far, which is insane. Because like it's supposed to be the hint system, and yet it's like the most useless hint system I've ever seen. So I usually just ignore the option because like 9 times out of 10 it's never necessary. And like the one time it is, it feels stupid that it is. Lemar dropped a bomb in court today. It was Darian. Lemar said she never forgot a voice, right? That's so cool. I guess. What's that called again? Elephant ears? I bet that's what they're called. Somehow I don't think that means what you think it means. And she has to be wrong this time. Wrong? Why? I mean, look. Those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right. I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Right. Did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe, Darian, even? You bet I did. He is one of the Governor's guitarists, after all. He's so cool. Oh. Right. All the Governors have a rock-solid alibi. He couldn't have been shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lemar heard him, didn't he? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly here. Wonder if we can, like... Oh, you know what? I should probably try clicking on the loudspeaker and see if we can get it as evidence. I'm not really sure that's relevant right now, but I feel like that probably should be a thing. Interpol agent. I was wondering, what is Interpol anyway? Interpol? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah, anyway. You think he was investigating Lemar? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal. She couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. But remember, I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only we're that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. Wonder if it was something that had to do with something. That something being our case. The last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Is this one of those, like, rare times when this is actually relevant? I can't believe this was the answer. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we spawned in. We went past the to be continued. We spawned in. I got through the first bit of dialogue that's forced on you. Clicked on the plant, and then immediately saved and quit. But never. This is now the second time we've ever had to talk to your assistant at the office as required progression for the game. Maybe third time. But considering how many times we've been to the office in the series so far, that's not a lot. That's very rare. Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. Can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. There he is, our mystery man. Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Grammar. Hey, the other day... Who's there? Clearly no one of importance. Maybe that guy's still the killer. Considering we're only meeting him now, really. We didn't just imagine that, did we? He was wearing a silk hat. Friend of yours? Hardly. We meet again! Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking like that? It's you! Uncle Valent. Uncle Valent? He's your uncle? No, silly. It's the great Grammary. Valent Grammary. The Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valiant Grammary, as seen on television. And could you please stop smirking like that? It's been a while, Miss Trucy. 7 years, to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valiant. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but, what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. So be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver. I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I'm quite down to earth when need calls. Does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case, Apollo. His aura sure isn't lost on a magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valiant's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. What? Daddy, you mean Mr. Right? No, I mean my real daddy. Look, that game, this isn't as big of a revelation as we thought it would be. You kind of spelled it out for us at the start. Trucy's real father? Yeah, but it wasn't obvious to you, Apollo? Clearly Apollo failed basic math. Wait, Apollo, don't tell me you didn't know about Troop Grammary. Troop Grammary, huh? No. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life. Lamentably listless lad. To not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valiant Grammary. They began to surface in my mind. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet I heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. Oh, and he made all his gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. Are we sure those were acts? You said he is a magician? I open the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Grammary. Wait. What, Apollo? I do remember seeing you on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. It's something Grammary. Yes. Zach Grammary. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy? Daddy? Huh? Oh, no way. Once upon a time, Troop Grammary included true grand magicians. Myself, Valiant Grammary, and my partner, Zach Grammary. And this Zach was... He was my real daddy. Trucy's father, magician. Guess it makes sense. Had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone. Oh, I'm sorry. No, it's okay. I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Apollo. Glad that I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. I've been remiss in remembering my reasons for my visit. Reasons? Two, in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valiant. I'm sure you are. Not one from Odyssey, are you? When I encountered you at the Coliseum the first time in 7 years, I couldn't feign not contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you not defend that poor pianist, that blinded boy, it was a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. Oh, is that the tape you're referring to? That's a videotape? Quite so. Recording of the concert, no less. Hey, Gradient, how's it going? It's going pretty good here. A little tired, but I'm gonna truck through so we can actually get some Ace Attorney, let alone streams at all this weekend. I've brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troop Grammary. Will you watch it? Oh, we get to see the concert again? I mean, I don't know what's wrong up with her dad, but let's maybe not hint at anything about her past, perhaps, because I don't want to, like, you know, accidentally discover the truth by reading hints in chat, preferably. Let's wait for the game to do some more with it, maybe, and that way I can, like, you know, guess and play along. It'll be more fun that way, I think. Looks like I'm very late to Apollo Justice. Yeah, this is like, we're halfway through case 3 now, so probably beyond the halfway point of the entire game. I've heard case 5 is very long, but I'm sure it's safe to say that we're pretty much past the halfway point by now. At least we get to see his guitar light on fire again. That was pretty funny. I like that part. That was my favorite part of the show. Wow, it's almost as good as it was live. So, what's the word? Mysterious. There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valiant Grammary has good reasons to be here today. I wonder what his reasons were to be at that concert. I don't know, maybe he just enjoyed a good show? Maybe he's the one that set up that whole magic trick with her flying across the room. Oh, we don't even get to talk to him? Or can we present the video to him and ask him more about it? So, I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lamoir vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that. I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand and a petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert? Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air. So you were the one who knows how it was all done? Of course! I'm like a deity with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon these floodlit boards, nor grasp idly twixt my fingers. There's a potent primeval power I possess. Well, do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now. Trucy? That's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Mais no, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later. Well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh, I see how this is gonna go. We have to give him reasonable, good reason to explain his trick. We're gonna have to prove to him that his trick is relevant to the case somehow. Don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valiant Grammary, now make my leave, Miss Trucy. There's no need to rush, Uncle Valiant. You should stay a while. I am afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I have been tasked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So, you'll be at the concert venue today? Correct. If you would call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, crocodile. The whirl of his cloak and a winking of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door. Normally. Oh, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valiant Grammary. Got a few more things to ask him. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lamora disappear. How he knows Trucy and her real father. I haven't seen my real dad in 7 years. I don't think that necessarily means he's dead is all. I mean, it could be, but it could also mean, like, his dad just sucks. Or maybe his dad went to jail. I still say Phoenix Wright probably got him locked up. Phoenix Wright probably had to defend him, failed, got him locked up, and then took care of his daughter as guilt. Because he felt guilty for doing so. Can't wait to see Clavier's villain arc where he aims to protect all his other instruments from fire damage by any means necessary. Maybe case 4 is just Gavin going on like revenge and breaking everyone else's instruments because someone broke his favorite instrument. And so like every single, like he just goes on like a murder spree and every single one involves like a different instrument and a different musician. Okay, so now I guess we can probably present that tape. See if she has anything to say about it. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. That reminds me, that was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleport from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently they hired a professional magician. Found the Grammary. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Grammary made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know. I am reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small device of some kind. It was lying on the floor. Oh, you mean like that one back there? That we've clicked on like 3 times? Every time he's like, nah, we don't need this. That's not relevant to the case. We'll just leave it on the floor so someone else can step on it instead. Device? You mean this thing? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? I thought as much. Well, what did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It'd be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. Yes, that's best. Thank you. So, can I put it on? No, it's evidence, Trucy. You can't put it on. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Alright, well, we know where we're gonna bring this around. Anything cool about that we should know about? Oh, something. 10-4 that, little buddy. This is Trucy reporting in. Over. Why the sudden silence? Someone answered. Don't be silly. Look, it's a receiver that doesn't receive. That's like Emma not performing forensic investigations. Make her sound like she's some kind of forensic investigation machine. Which is just silly. Unless she's a super high-tech android that runs on snackoos. Always a possibility. Don't leave anything out. That song, isn't that the one Lamoir was singing? Yeah, you're right. The guitarist sang Arenade. Oh, I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. House is full, and as one, the audience sighs with wonderment. There I am, singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Wow, Apollo following proper procedure and showing the prosecution the evidence. He seems like the kind of guy who would do that, though. He's the kind of goody two-shoes that would go and do that. Because he thinks that, like, following proper procedure is the way everyone should be doing it, and then he, like, is still trying to come to the grasp the realization that he is literally the only one wanting to follow proper procedure out of, like, the entire justice system in this world. He's the odd one out. I don't know where he trained law, but clearly wherever he trained law is wrong because it matches ours, but doesn't match anyone else's. He has a very twisted sense of justice for all the wrong reasons, which makes them all the right reasons. But that doesn't work in this world because they're all the wrong reasons. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. Uncle Valent! What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility in tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss.
Well, that were a teleportation illusion. Ooh.
Should anything go wrong, it would reflect poorly upon me and my troop. By troop, you mean yourself. You, yourself, and you. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice that piano. And I remembered that fair lady's melancholy melody.
Hey, Apollo, maybe Uncle Valor can shed some light on this whole thing for us.
He already said he wasn't going to reveal the trick, though.
I was worried about the show in the night of the murder. Lamar's vanishing act was your illusion, right?
Indeed. The purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. At the climax of the show, he said, "Make her disappear. Like a dream."
Like a dream?
Yet what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted.
She disappeared from the top of the tower. But in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel.
People come to me because I'm a professional among professionals. My illusions are custom-made for a time and place. Now, because of the murder, all eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Gramarye are concerned.
So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well.
And went well it did. Now speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me.
It troubles you? Why?
Why? Why, do you ask why?
I think it's probably quicker if I just go and check it out myself, thanks.
I know what you are thinking in that head of yours. Gramarye, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort.
Actually, yes, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and he makes a good guess.
It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. His name was Magnifique Gramarye. It was he who began the great Troop Gramarye. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was.
I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV.
Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled a vanishing act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen was barren of waste, stripped of illusion.
That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket. When you start playing supermarket parking lots, you know you're in trouble.
We own our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise up from obscurity onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Gramarye, but for my partner.
Your partner? You mean...
Yes, Zach Gramarye. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Gramarye in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, valiant Gramarye.
Like I said, Apollo's supposed to be what the kids who grew up on Nick would be like IRL. Except, if people were like Nick and they grew up and thought that was how law worked, Apollo wouldn't be that person. Apollo's actually doing proper procedure. He's questioning all the weird fucking kangaroo court business going on here. And then calling it out. And then people are just like, no, shut up though. Apollo is Phoenix Wright if Phoenix Wright actually went to law school. There's still some concessions being made, but I'm starting to think Phoenix Wright never actually went to law school. I don't know how he got his badge, but it's clear that he never studied a day in his life.
I found that Magnifique Gramarye was truly a genius, a worker of miracles.
I'll never forget the one I saw when I was little. How he made that whole jumbo jet go, what happened to the jet again?
Apparently someone doesn't remember it as well as they thought. Of all the would-be magicians who came to his door, only Zack and I had the talent.
In no time at all, Valent and Zack were the shining stars in the Gramarye crown.
Cool, huh? And Zach Gramarye was my daddy.
Now that Magnifi and Zack are gone, I've built but one wish. Let it be that I, Valent Gramarye, who brings the Gramarye miracle back to the stage.
Rooting for you.
Miss Trucy, you cannot give erupts quick enough. I need your skill by my side.
One skill coming up.
How do we manage to get off the top of the case so quickly all the time? Yeah, see, look at that. He wants to try and stay on topic. Everyone's just talking about other random shit around him. You probably had one of these, didn't you? Words cannot express my shock and chagrin. All I can see before me is this stage and me upon it. Oh yeah, I need to go check the piano. Nothing smaller, nothing less radiant catches my eye.
True, you're getting on in years. Not much time left to make your mark, huh?
This is not how I was seeing it. So he doesn't care about what I have to show him. I get the point. Yeah, let's go check the piano.
That's one big piano. I've never actually played one.
You should get that Mr. Right to teach you sometime.
No good, he can't play either.
Kind of feel bad for the guy now.
Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back. This could be the debut of a prodigy.
How was that one key?
Ew.
Did you make that noise just now?
Let me try it again.
Cool key.
You know, I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh. Look, this was stuck between the strings. Is that a dead man switch? Looks like some kind of switch.
Someone must have thrown us in the piano. Found on the stage, it's a switch for something, and that's about all I know. Kinda looks like it could be used as a dead man switch.
This switch, sitting here, tempting me to push it.
Don't. You might blow up the whole Coliseum.
Apollo, please. Think that every strange switch triggers a bomb.
Well, what else would it trigger?
That kind of old-fashioned crime drama thinking doesn't cut in our busy times.
Alright, Trucy PI, please enlighten me. What do you think this switch does?
Maybe it turns on the electric razor in Prosecutor Gavin's dressing room?
A switch as big as a razor to turn on a razor. Okay. Is that all it's on here? Yeah, okay. That's wrong, Trucy. Try it again. I still say we should just press it. I mean, are we really going to blow up the entire Coliseum? I doubt it. That's something that Gramarye over here did. He did it to like a whole amusement park or whatever. But that was different. Or was that Zack? That was one of the two. Alright. I found your switch that you apparently knew about but wouldn't give to me. No? You're not gonna say damn thing about this switch. Even though you wanted me to go and look at the piano. Okay. Goodbye then. Should I maybe give this to you know what? I'm gonna make a this is a long shot here. Maybe I'm jumping the gun. And we're not supposed to do this yet. But you know who was playing the piano? The night of the crime? You. Damn it, okay. Not yet. I'm sure that's going to be relevant very soon, though. Maybe I'll try giving it to, what's-her-face. Anything you know? No, okay. Oh, you know what? I should probably... Did I present this to you? I think this is new. No, this is not new. Is it new?
Yeah, we did. We already clicked on this. Okay. I think we did. Was it not already pressed when Trucy hit that one key? Yeah, but that's how, like, we found it. But, I mean, if it was in the piano, I thought maybe Machi probably knew something about it. And he probably does. We're just not in a position to ask him about it yet. Explosive noise of C4. God damn it, why didn't I think of that joke? I don't think it... Wait, are you saying that the explosive note in that we heard was C4, was middle C? It sounded deeper than middle C. But that would be very fitting if they put it under middle C. That sounds like something they would do, so I'll take your word for it. I know where notes are on a piano. If I look at a piano, I can't hear the notes. I don't know what a note is if you just play it. I'm not very good at pointing that out. Oh, they only work within 30 feet. Okay, so this is new information. I thought we already clicked on this for her, but I guess not. After all, they're only for use on stage, and the strongest signal would interfere with the sound system. That makes sense. So in other words, you probably wouldn't be hearing it backstage. Which means that if she did have one on, because she just came back from her performance, it probably wasn't working. Think someone would notice if they dropped their only communications lifeline. So how is this one lying here? I don't want to hear anything more on that the headset, unless it's coming from one of these guys. All right, let's go to... Well, we already tried giving him the detonator. That didn't do shit. And I have no idea where... We haven't seen any of the other police here. This place is, like, weirdly empty. Oh, here we go. Finally. Oh, it's her. Great. Uh-oh. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. No, in Looney Tunes, the explosive piano literally used C4 as a note to blow up the piano. I feel like I should have remembered that, considering I've watched like every single Looney Tunes short back to front to back as a kid, like 10 times over. Because we had all of the, like the big DVD collections, all 6 volumes of them. I don't know where they went in the years since, but I've watched like pretty much every single one of those. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Oh, am I supposed to be happy? You give me the 2nd degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. You're talking about the bloodstain Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? That bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche was really with Interpol. We wouldn't have found that out without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. So, wait. It's her fault that they arrested the kid? I mean, she postulated the idea when she was talking with us, and it made sense at the time. But yeah, 1, he's blind, 2, he's a kid, so he probably can't handle that gun very well. She also said that. So I was kind of shocked to see that they went with it, because I didn't think she had anything to do with that decision. Okay, guess it was her fault. You're really proving why you're not actually on the team, so to speak, and you're given all these odd jobs all the time. Are chocolate snack who's popular down at the precinct or something? Yeah, she's not gonna answer that. I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest. You're not gonna find any clues in here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. Oh, if only it were that simple. If only it worked that way. It just bugs me out to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct and he could have shot that revolver.
That's not how it sounded in Lamoir's testimony. You mean her saying she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country?
I'll pretend I didn't hear that. What would that even look like? I thought these were normal, straightforward killings. Oops, I can't send to you. Honestly, I don't even know if I have DMs. I think I like disabled those. Maybe I didn't. I don't know. I could have sworn I disabled all that stuff a while ago. It's a piano joke? Okay. I mean, I'm not going to look at it right now, but I'll take your word for it. That makes, like, perfect sense that they would use C4 as the explosion key. I wonder, did they use that here, though? I couldn't tell when she was, like, doing the glissando on the piano, which note that was, but it sounded deeper than a C4, but I could be wrong.
Was that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case? About how everything was happening according to those song lyrics?
I mean, it sure seemed that way. Guitar Serenade, you mean?
I found the link, you know. First, Prosecutor Gavin's heart-shaped keyring was stolen. Then Lamboir flew through the air. Then Prosecutor Gavin's guitar caught on fire. And in the end, a bullet took Mr. Lutus's life. And he went up into the sky with a guitar. Well, 15 feet up at least. It is kind of hard to chalk it up to coincidence, I know, and I found it. You think the same person did all of this?
I feel like it probably was one person, because, like, I don't really see a situation here, considering how quick this crime was, that this was coordinated. I guess it could be, but this is a Phoenix Wright case. We have to arrest exactly one person and no more. I don't think there's been a situation where we've arrested more than one person.
Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. Couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You don't think I did it?
Sometimes I worry about that girl. Yeah, how long until Trucy gets arrested? Isn't that like tradition? The assistant has to get arrested at least once.
So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bit sticking out from the end looked familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna.
That's an antenna? I thought that was like a fuse, but it's clearly a bomb.
Oh, like on a beetle? Like on a cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. Electronic signal, you'd say.
Maybe one perhaps controlled by this?
Do you think you could have a look at this? A small device. Looks like a transmitter. Transmitter? You press this switch here and it sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though.
A signal? You mean an electronic signal?
What is it, Apollo?
Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found?
Oh, this?
Let me try pressing the switch. Good job, Apollo. You broke it. Oh, fuck! Well, here's our fire.
It's on fire! Emma's device is on fire! What's the big idea? Ah!
Did she just fucking slap him?
Wow, we know what this device is, an igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure.
Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose.
I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo. Let's ask Emma more about this switch. And she has some first-hand experience.
Just arrest Maya again? Where is she anyways? Like, she hasn't been mentioned once in this game, and I find that kind of weird. Or maybe her name was dropped, like, literally one time just to acknowledge that she does still exist.
What are you trying to do, burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you. You weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here just with you two talking.
Anyway. Now we know this is a remote for an igniter.
Let me see that for a second.
Well?
Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. Signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet.
Oh, same as the headsets, you say.
A transmitter, huh? Incidentally, if you look at a cross-section diagram of the stage area...
Oh, it's underneath the stage. Oh, that makes sense. Right, yeah, because I guess there was, like, stairs in the background of the backstage hall. That would explain where they go.
Let's see, 30 feet from Lamoire's dressing room. That covers the backstage completely. It also looks like this would cover the stage.
So someone from stage could fuck with the transmitters, or you could hear people from on stage with the transmitters. Oh, not the transmitters, the headsets. Kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. It was in the piano. Someone pressed the piano key, they pulled the Looney Tunes, and it set fire to something. I don't know what. Clearly not the room, because everything's fine.
Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation.
She doesn't show up in this game, but could be wrong. But is she mentioned in this game? I can't remember if she was mentioned already. But I feel like she's got to at least be mentioned somewhere, at least once. Just to acknowledge her existence. Like, where did she go for the last 7 years? We'll have to look for more clues elsewhere, then.
I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck.
I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Okay. Oops, don't do that. Back. Move. Can we present either of these things to her, out of curiosity? I doubt she's gonna be able to say anything. I was thinking of giving these more to you. Alright, we already did that, and he didn't like that. But maybe he knows about the igniter. Nope, okay. I can't remember, did I give him this? Oh, doesn't matter. I gave it to him now. I wonder if we now have enough stuff to possibly go talk to... what's his face? So let me see if anyone shows up in here. Okay. Back at the detention center. Oh, here we go. This place is important now. Oh, look at him. It's the murderer himself. Somehow. Probably the guitar's the only fire we've seen so far. Oh, true, yeah. That's probably how the guitar lit up. Right when Machi pressed the C key, he pressed C4, and up it went in flames. That'd make perfect sense. Look at the PA system in the crime scene for achievement. Oh, shit. Okay, we'll go back after this. I didn't know that was an achievement. What? Come to laugh at the murderer?
Darian?
That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect.
He isn't in the best of moods, is he?
Not many people are these days, it seems.
It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out.
Then Gavin has to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid! Okay, we'll be back. You can sit here and whine and cry all you want. I gotta apparently go get an achievement. Oh, okay. Trigger another cutscene, why don't I? This place is deserted.
I wonder where Lamoire went off to.
I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful.
I guess. I can't help but worry about her a little.
Is this one I have to click on?
See, that would involve me wanting to go around and click on everything a second time. Because there's like most of the time there's no reason because the dialogue's the exact same on 90% of the objects. Speaking for monitoring the stage, it was blaring at the time of the shooting. Although I did have the idea of clicking on it before and I did just forget. I was going to use it as evidence. Maybe that's why it's an achievement.
Such a pretty old model for such a nice place.
I guess they don't care about sound quality back here, as long as you can hear it. Not that a loss of fidelity could possibly make that music worse.
Good speakers must cost a lot. You have any idea how much a nice one that size would cost, Apollo?
Probably a good 10 years of your allowance, give or take.
What? That's almost $600.
10 years is $600. Is she getting like 60 cents? Like a month or something? Okay, $5. I thought it would be less. Yeah, no, $5 with the 12. $5 a month? Poor Trucy. Wait till she finds out you need to buy 2 speakers for a stereo. Was that supposed to be an achievement? Or do I click on it again? Because stereo sound. I can't click on it again. Is there one in the other room I can click on? Oh, it just took a long time for it to pop up because probably internet. Alright, Mr. Murderer. Let's talk about your alibi.
So, about your alibi.
You have to ask. The shooting happened right in the middle of the 3rd set. That's right. Music was blaring when we heard those gunshots. And found Mr. Latouche dead. I've got 10,000 witnesses who saw me too. Right there on that stage.
Your guitar playing was something else.
Thanks, little lady. See? This whole thing's a sham. Can't believe they aren't letting me work. There's no need to yell at me. It's not Laura's fault. She was the one who said she heard his voice at the moment of the crime. Man, I never even talked to that old windbag. How could she possibly identify me?
They won't let you work?
He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low until the suspicion is cleared. What suspicion? He was such a stick in the mud.
Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud?
He may look all flashy and showy. He's a straight arrow man. Except when he's depressed. You heard him whining the other day?
Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board?
And there was that performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which part is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really.
Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums.
Yet you bought them like a day ago because you never heard of them until like a week ago. Band's fine too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Know him? He's now at the prosecutor's office, most likely. Prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data come on the victim should have come from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally.
Oh, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office.
Maybe that's not such a bad idea.
Right on.
Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Wow. Okay, language. Tell him I wanted that crime scene.
We'll be going now.
Hey, wait.
Yes?
What do you really think happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right?
Well...
Great. Way to instill I have confidence. And just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself.
Let's not talk to him anymore, alright?
Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Yeah, I think it's just... It was a way to just throw suspicion. I don't just say that she didn't hear it. I'm sure she did hear his voice, one way or another. But I think that was just a convenient excuse to throw him under the bus for no reason. Probably to deflect this suspicion off of her. Oh, there's Gavin's office. Jim, we never see... Oh, I guess we wouldn't have, because that's right. I keep forgetting that the games take place in the past. Never mind. Cool office, though. I like his chair. Looks very comfy. The hell's this thing? Under the glass. So, this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? It's like Prosecutor Gavin's on the phone. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide beneath that bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. Why? We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latus. Latus? Look, don't talk to me about those Virginians, okay? Just get me that report. Chop chop. Stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? I'm guessing this is one of those mysterious objects. It's times like this when I start to miss Darien. Huh? Hiya. Totally not eavesdropping, okay? Don't even think about adding that to our rap sheet. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert, or the case. Which way to go? Why not both? Ah, that reminds me. Did you see the paper today? Yeah, I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, forehead? I read the funnies. Well, clearly this apple doesn't fall very far from the tree. Said you would not have seen this. Monster Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Whoa, what kind of newspaper is this that's in full color? That's an expensive as fuck newspaper. They probably make the big bucks if they're able to print stuff like that. Oh, is that a new show? Haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know? Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone has been ringing off the hook. Does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Do you think you could sing for me over the phone? Whoa. Okay. It is endless. Endless. Thanks to the case you made today, of course. Sunday paper? Yeah, but in full color? Like, that was in the TV section. That wasn't the front page. That was one of, like, the inserts. And if it's the TV section, you know that's, like, the back of the paper. Like, way at the end. I don't know, I've never seen... I haven't looked at a newspaper in years, to be fair. But I can't recall even the Sunday paper being full color. Yes, the funny section is in full color on Sundays, and that's the best part. But never like the actual news, aside from the front page, of course. Oh, that was all Apollo's idea. Hey. Is that a newspaper over there too? Ah yes, the Virginian Daily Bugle. Go ahead, take a look. Is there like a Virginian J. Jonah Jameson? Thanks, but I can't read Virginian. Oh, is Virginia supposed to be Thailand? Or no, not Thailand. Wait, that's not. That looked like Taiwanese, right? Or am I getting it mixed up with fucking Singapore? No, Singapore's English. That's Taiwan. Okay, that makes so much more sense now. Virginia's a European country in America, but it's probably like some other South Asian country in the original version. That font would definitely explain that.
Oh, that's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well. So, they didn't go as far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Virginia could believe it.
I love how in the music it's based off the background we were in. Yeah, like he uses this theme in well, this theme was used in the puzzle from the previous investigation day that we did last stream. But I think he does like the guitar riff he does during court when he does like his guitar animation, I think is based on this as well. Arabic maybe? No, it's fuck. I need to. I always get mixed up and I need to see it so I can make sure because I know exactly what it looks like. I can't remember like what's the other one I'm thinking of? Taiwanese, like that's down there in Southeast Asia. There's Taiwan. There's Singapore, and there's one more. Not Vietnam. Another one. It sounds like Vietnam, but it's not Vietnam. Did this just like fail to search? That's so cool. It's like the language has like it's a very curvy language. It uses a lot of arches. It looks just like that paper. No, it's not Taiwanese then. Taiwan's just Chinese. What am I fucking thinking of? I forget what language I'm thinking of. Vietnamese. That's what I'm thinking of. Then it must be Vietnam. No. I'm not thinking of Vietnamese. Fuck, I don't know. It's one of those southeastern languages that's not English. Because they do speak a lot of English down there. But that's what that looked like. But they treat Virginia as a European country in the American version. But clearly that's not a European looking language there. That's something from Southeast Asia. Philippines, that might be it. That could be it. I still feel like that's wrong too, but I can't think of anything else. That's probably it. Ken Hasher, been working the new job for 2 weeks now. Been pretty good, but 10-hour days are certainly committed. Yep, I definitely can see that. Well, thank you for coming by anyways. It's okay. If you come by next stream, we'll probably still be doing case number 3. I don't know if we'll be going to the trial very much today. Clavier Solo looks like someone who would kill for sport. Fuck. He probably uses that necklace as his murder weapon too. I mean, look how fucking pointy the thing is. How is it that whenever he bends over in front, like he bends down, how is he not like stabbed himself in the neck? Because I would totally stab myself in the neck with if I had that thing on. It's probably just seen as just a theory at this point. That journalist didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Yeah, I want to see this paper again. Lamoire's testimony will probably be in the evening edition, I'd imagine. Which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. Yeah, we ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. Lamoire was my invited guest, so it is a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case? Quickly if possible. Same way Lucario somehow doesn't kill anybody with that massive chest spike, I guess. Well, okay, but Lucario's chest spike is like pointing forwards. You know, that's just an awareness of space. Don't get too close to him. But I'm thinking like the G, that pointed part of the G, that's pointed up at his neck. Imagine if you had that giant necklace on and you like bent your neck down. That thing's going straight into your chin. If not your windpipe. That's dangerous. I would never want to wear that necklace. Really love that song. It's such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lamoire, if I remember correctly. That's right. It was last year. I had gone on tour to Virginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lamoire's voice? It was at a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, so to talk with her. So I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable to arrange a meeting.
Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout.
I think he's sort of a special case, Trucy. I don't know, Edgeworth seemed to have his way too. Same with Franziska. She also seemed pretty famous outside of her jurisdiction.
Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we heard the song right there backstage. Batsy on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on the guitars that I bought from Lamour. And music history was made. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo say. It is a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. And that very guitar is right over there.
You mean this charred lump?
Don't call it a lump. That's a piece of history.
Might also be a piece of evidence if we have anything to say about it.
And it's only brown, not really charred.
I don't know. This part up here, that looks pretty charred to me.
No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have.
What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Oh, come on, we all know the answer to this. He had that little, like igniter device inside there, and someone pressed the button. That's someone being machi. Whether or not it was on purpose, we don't know. But he must have pressed that button.
You think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burnt guitar?
I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? We'll have to take a look at that in a second here. Let me present some evidence first. See if we got anything we can do here. Oh. Hello? All these little parts. It's pretty complex. I'm guessing this is where the fire comes out. Other than that.
Good thing machines run even if we don't know how they work. That's what Daddy always says.
Not really a saying you want to go around repeating, Trucy. I think it's a very good thing to understand technology. You know, no sense being ignorant to it. It's never too late to learn. What do you have to say about this cat I have here? Nothing. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I guess he wouldn't want to talk about it. But he's never even seen this. We found it. Emma gave it to us. Okay, but weren't we planning to bring this to him, though? Prosecutor Gavin, about this remote.
Wait. Excuse me, did you say something?
This remote control might be valuable ammunition for the trial tomorrow. You were the one that said you wanted to bring it to him! What the fuck do you mean it might be valuable ammunition? No shit! I can't believe you even thought of that in the first place! Oh my god.
Would think someone with such a bad voice would speak more clearly, huh?
Yeah, no. Good catch, Apollo. Please don't give that to him. Alright, what's he got in here? Is this his bad computer? This display shows all the evidence for the case.
Look, Apollo. He's got 3 televisions.
Don't look at those too closely. I'm still sorting out the details. Each monitor shows evidence for a different case. He does them all at once?
Wish I had 3 TVs.
What would you possibly do with 3 television sets?
I may look laid back and relaxed, but in reality I'm quite busy, you know. I'm living life at turbo speed, doing magic, going to school, investigating cases. But if I had 3 big TVs, I could watch a magic video, do my homework, and catch a crime drama all at once.
First 2 seem useful, I suppose.
Look at that stereo. To me, a life without music is inconceivable. I never turn down the volume even when I'm working on a case. Such a huge speaker. It must be really loud.
That looks like the speaker that blew away Marty McFly at the beginning of Back to the Future. Like, that looks like you could harm someone with it. You could murder someone with that speaker. Javier was way ahead of the curve with knowing the more monitors, the better. Oh, of course. Everyone can use more than 1 monitor. Dude, when I start using 2 monitors, I would never go back to 1. Hell, I use 3 screens now. I don't think I could go back to just 2. Don't even, like, start me on what would happen if I got a fourth. It's a good thing I don't have room for 4, because if I did have room for 4, I would definitely be using the 4th screen.
Really? At my place, I can hear when the neighbors turn their VCR on to record something.
Maybe you can get Mr. Wright to talk to them, work something out?
And lately, we've been getting complaints about Apollo's voice training.
Maybe I'll go have a word with Mr. Wright, too. I'd like to point out the Pokemon animated kid with 6 Mars. Dude, that kid is like... That's the life... That's the dream right there. 6 monitors. What do you do with 6 monitors? I don't know. Do you, like, just combine them into one giant screen? Do you watch 6 different shows, like in Back to the Future? What was it with that anyways? Like, even when I was a kid, I was like, oh man, it'd be so cool if we could watch 2 television shows at the same time. I've just going back and thinking, like, why would I ever want to do that? You can't hear both shows at once. You'd barely be able to see both shows at once. What purpose would that serve? And yet, we all wanted it. That's why it was in Back to the Future. It's like, you could watch like 20 shows in the year 2015 at once. It turns out people do that. They fucking watch their Family Guy funny moments and Subway Surfers while watching like a million TikTok videos at high speed. I'm just sitting here looking at this like, why would you do this? What are you accomplishing with this?
What's wrong, Apollo? You look confused.
I was just wondering where the work chair in this office was.
You're looking at my favorite chair right now.
That's a massage chair, isn't it?
That is an ergonomic adjustable office. I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great.
I mean, look, if the office chair also has a massage feature, I can't really blame the guy. In fact, I'd be kind of jealous. I would love a chair like that. That chair looks comfortable as shit.
Did I say something wrong?
No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. I want that chair. Look how great that chair would be. You got like a little tray. You've got like a nice footrest. Look at those big armrests. It looks like it wouldn't feel crowded. The reason I don't like armrests is usually because they push over and then they make you feel constrained. This does not look like it has that problem. This would be a great chair. I want that chair. Yo, what's with the mystery fuzz? You growing mold in there?
What's that on the plate there? Is that gum? Gum?
Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. Yeah, so he placed it under a giant glass dome. Okay.
So he put it on the plate for later consumption. You think a rockstar could afford a fresh stick? You think a rockstar could afford a fresh stick? Don't jump to any conclusions now. That's not chewing gum. Take a closer look.
Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? It's a magic egg. It's like a lump of plastic?
Wait, that phone call.
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy thing, object, whatever? Looks like a prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, the tooth. Prosecutor Gavin, does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you?
Who, us?
Never.
I tried to stop him really, but he forced me to.
Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently it's a model of something undercover agent Mr. Latouche was after.
This lump?
Would you mind telling us what you know about it? Is he actually going to tell us what he knows about it? Real Sigmas watch media at least 2 times the speed for greater efficiency of info update. You can't even hear anything at double speed on YouTube. Like, it's way too fast. I don't know how you're supposed to parse that. I've heard kids that like watch YouTube at like 1.25 or even 1.5 speed, and they think that's normal. Like, why? You need to watch it more efficiently. You don't have enough time in the day to watch all your videos, so you gotta watch them at like 1.5 speed. just so you can fit them all into a single day. It does look like a bougie dentist chair. It looks like a chair that someone would have had in their office in like one of those movies from like 2001. It looks like a chair that belongs like, you know, like way in 2001, for whatever reason, like movies, at least some of them, would have like the supervillain or like just some random guy in like a huge cement room at the top of a building. Huge glass, like I'm picturing like a huge glass wall on one side, like a window. You can't see out of it, but it's there. And he's just got this little desk, and that's his chair. That's where that belongs. One of those rooms. Like some sort of brutalist, like empty room that has like a desk and one chair and nothing else. And it takes you like 10 minutes to walk from the door to the desk. And this is what you'd find. The view is exhilarating, yeah? I sit here gazing down on the city, writing my songs. Try working on cases. What do you think he's doing on these monitors, Apollo? Shut the fuck up. It is the same thing. I write the lyrics the same way I corroborate evidence. It is a harmony between the logical mind and the primal spirit within. Is it so hard to admit that you like staring at your own window and daydreaming? I don't think he is, because he's clearly getting shit done. Unlike you. I don't think Apollo has any right to judge. You got like guitars. Why so many? You can never have too many guitars. They're like my lovers. I didn't just hear him say that. Come on, what else do you think the hole is for? The backup guitars, Apollo? Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash the guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. And breaking his guitars while he watches? That might be a little too rocking. Of course. I would never do such a thing. Did I not say they are like my lovers? Do I seem like the kind of man who would do such a thing to the one he loves? No, not at all. I mean, you're Mr. Gavin, upstanding prosecutor. What happened to Prosecutor Gavin, God of Rock? But you can have more than one title. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? I thought it was... Oh. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Intriguing? How does that guitar tie into everything that went on? Sounds like something we should ask about. I think that's it. Alright, let's get to questioning him. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lamour. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Virginia? That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity and would ruin the wood, so we vacuum packed it in Lamour's studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. You abuse your power of your status and power to transport a random guitar. Good job. As they brought it right up to my office for me. Seen and untouched. See, prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I'm still thinking he's a special case. Such a valuable guitar. It's too bad it got burned. What was it you said were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in the front. It is called the sound hole. Oh, I thought it was called the sounding hole. That makes so much more sense now. You know, what with your description of treating your guitars like lovers and all, I had a very different picture in mind.
Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device? Yes, this in fact. The examiner is busy with evidence for the case now, however, so he'll be checking this out once he finishes with everything else.
Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. Do we dare present the working one to him?
This was found in Mr. Letoux's bag. It's apparently a replica of something.
A replica? It's a small lump, about 1.5 inches long.
We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it is a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was to be used in the identification of whatever it's a replica of.
You mean whatever Miss Letoux was after?
Well, that seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I've put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Virginia, but apparently there's a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Virginia doesn't want to share. There's something about this little piece of plastic.
Miss Letoux went through all that trouble to become Lamar's manager. Just to come to this country to find out more about this lump? And he died for it.
I sent someone to the Coliseum to fetch Lamar. Perhaps he knows something about it, being a Virginian.
Okay, I'm gonna try presenting this thing to him again. Has to be one of these.
What is it, Apollo?
That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this.
Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it?
It's an igniter.
Another one?
It was at the crime scene, in Lamar's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually.
At the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to talk to you about.
Oh.
Thanks for dropping by, Airforehead.
Thanks.
Why, you gave me so much information. The igniter, for instance.
Oh, that.
I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. He's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive,
I guess I could have hit it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the, strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Letoux was investigating. Maybe that's just silly putty. Maybe he was just looking for, like, someone's silly putty. I don't know. That shit's, like, rare and expensive now. You don't see that in stores anymore.
I've been thinking there, Forehead. If we encounter many instances in our lives, all of us, not all of them simple.
Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics.
That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I keep my relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that.
I can live with that.
Mr. Prosecutor? Fraulein? Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street.
That's pretty simple, too.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time, perhaps.
Now can we go here? Hell yeah.
Looks like Machi is in questioning.
Huh. Police must have a Virginian interpreter. That's no fair. I wish we could talk to him.
I guess we'll just have to come back later if we want to see him.
I guess so. Alright, who's all left at the Coliseum still? Oh, you're still here.
Oh, it's you. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma.
What's up?
Either of you know where Lamar is?
Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a while ago.
Yeah? That's strange.
Didn't the police take her in for questioning?
What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office.
Oh.
Amara's missing. It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's, you know, blind and all.
Yeah, we'll help you look for her.
Great, thanks.
Alright, where'd she end up? I bet she's on the stage.
Huh? The stage is pitch dark.
Heartbreaker must be off for this section. Great.
I'll go get someone.
Oh, well that was quick.
Yipes, it was really dark out there.
Dark. That's all Lamawar has, when you think about it. What'd it be like to live in a world of darkness? I've heard it's not even darkness. That's the crazy thing. Like, if you close your eyes, that's not what blindness is like. Like, imagine not even being able to see that. Because that's still you seeing black. Like, it's less than that. I can't even, like, begin to fathom what that would look like. Not being able to see anything. Even darkness itself.
Hey, Apollo.
Huh? What?
Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you?
Oh yeah, there's a thing in this guitar case now. Not even darkness, just an absence. Exactly. Like, I can't begin to picture, because you can't picture an absence of everything, because then it's like you're picturing it. Something did change. I can see it right here. It's pretty clear what's different.
Can't put my finger on it, but it's bugging me.
That's bugging me too. What's she talking about? Like, I think the best way I've seen it described is, like, if you want to try and simulate it, what you do is you close one eye and do your best to only focus on whatever you see through your open eye. And then whatever, whatever your closed eye is, that's blindness, because, like, you're not even seeing the darkness of it, you're just seeing nothing. But it doesn't work very well because you can still see out of one eye, so it's not a perfect example, but I've heard that's like a good way to think about it. But I don't know, maybe that was from a person who isn't blind, so I mean, how would they know, right? Isn't darkness just absent light? Well, yes, but that's the thing about blindness. You can't even see that, because an absence of light is still a thing. But blindness can't even perceive an absence of something. Like, there's nothing to receive. You know it's an absence of light because your eyes are telling you that it's an absence of light. Because your eyes are reporting to your brain, there's nothing here, there's no light here, can't see anything. So it's dark, it's black. Imagine not being able to even perceive the color black. Or darkness, an absence of light. Like, that's why I can't wrap my head around it, because it's like, how do you even think about that?
The case, wasn't that open before?
Guess someone closed it.
Wait, look, where the case closes.
Is this a trap? I bet this thing's booby-trapped. Something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it. Oh, what? Is she dead? No way! Oh, I can't believe she's dead. Oh, what happened here? Hang on. There we go. Emma! We have to get Emma! Yeah, looks like we got another body on the scene. Lamar is taken directly to the hospital. Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me? I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. You know what I'm shocked about? She was able to fit inside that guitar case. Have you seen a guitar case? They're not very big. How do you fit a full-grown woman into a guitar case? Was she like 3 feet tall? I tried crawling into a guitar case as a kid. I almost broke the thing. Did it really have to be this hospital, though?
Of all hospitals? Are there no other hospitals in the city? Imagine trying to explain what smell is to somebody you couldn't smell. Yeah, like, specifically explaining it to someone who was born without the ability to smell at all in the first place. Because, like, you could probably explain it to someone who used to have smell and they probably remember. But you try explaining smell to someone who can't smell and has never been able to smell. Like, the whole concept is just foreign to them. Emma, how's Lamoire? Is she okay? I mean, she's clearly going to be okay if we brought her to a hospital. That's how this thing usually goes, right? Ah, you. Well, we all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yeah, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. I'm guessing she was, like, clunked on the back of the head so she doesn't even know who her assailant was. Or they were just really silent, so she couldn't even hear their footsteps and figure out who knocked her out. So, what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. Yeah, recall that she can't see. How could she not see? Oh. Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lamar! Ah, Mr. Attorney, you are the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought there might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room... You were hit? I knew that very moment. I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. Well, they didn't do a very good job if all they did was knock you out. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me, I could hear footsteps. Yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Ah. So she pulled a daredevil, essentially. Darkness is my ally. Okay, you know what? Like, if she is blind, she's clearly like an Interpol agent or something. She's running around this Coliseum like she's fucking Daredevil without a cane, as if she could see perfectly fine. So either A, she's lying completely and she can see, or she's like a highly trained professional. There's a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Okay, I guess it wasn't a guitar case, it's a contrabass, which is definitely a little bigger than a guitar. Still, they're not big enough for people, I don't think. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. Wow, that sounds like a really close call. Do you have any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was said... they said not a word. Too bad. Yet, when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I am. Good point. She's sharp. Almost like a professional. Also, notice that whenever you talk to her, she looks straight at you. A blind person does not look at the speaker. They don't know how, because they can't see where they are. It's always going to be them, like, staring off into space, just a little slightly ajar from where we are. Maybe I'm looking into it too much here, but I don't know, something's not adding up here. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Could it be him? What, fucking magician man? Yeah, it was totally him. I bet he did it. Why would anyone tag you, Lamar? The detective asked me this too. And to her I gave the same answer they gave you? I do not know. Yeah, I guess she climbed into the guitar case herself, so it wasn't her assailant stuffing her in the case. But how did she know the guitar case was there? She had to have seen it. The guitar case doesn't make noise. How the fuck did she know where it was? And how did she know it was a contrabass case? Okay, maybe that part she overheard. But like, she knew it was gonna still be there, and it didn't get moved since the concert. Yeah, I'm telling you, she can fucking see. This is a lie. She 100% can see. When they can know what direction to face from where the sound. Well, yeah, but like, it's something that is usually missed when people do performances of like they're acting as blind people. A lot of the time, it's a little detail that's missed. You can't look at the person you're speaking to because a blind person is never going to know exactly where. You can look in the general direction, but it's usually going to be ever so slightly off, and it's going to look weird. And their eyes don't, depending on how you're blind, your eyes are not going to move. You know, like your little micro movements that your eyes make and they like jitter around, they're not going to do that either. Obviously, that bit's not really going to translate into the style of game this is. But you don't look straight at the speaker and the person you're conversing with. That's just not a thing blind people can do. So the fact that she's doing it constantly, that feels like a detail they're doing on purpose. Some visitors here watching in the waiting room watching TV. Murder during a concert at Sunshine Coliseum. Huh, looks like we're on the news. With his current hit song, Guilty Love, is in the courtroom as prosecutor, singing the defendant all the way to death row. Prosecutor Gavin this, Prosecutor Gavin that. Where's my 15 minutes? Guitar Serenade. On sale now. So he's using it as an opportunity to push his CDs. Nice. The door down the hall reads X-ray room. Never did like X-rays. I don't think I'd enjoy looking at someone's insides. Spying nervous habits is intense enough. That must be a recovering patient. He keeps staring at us. What's so unusual about an attorney and a magician? I don't know, you tell me, Apollo. Nurse watches hawk-like from the reception desk. She almost seems a little too attentive. She glares at me whenever I talk. Maybe my voice carries? Can I do anything else with her now? Do you know anything about this? Do you know what this is? This is what? And Mr. Latouche was carrying it. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity, as an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Virginian cocoon. It's a bug? A rather convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of a Virginian cocoon before? Or is that some sort of like super weapon? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. Okay, that was clearly the thing I need to click on then. Oh, can I present the newspaper? Not that that's really gonna do anything, but... No, okay, nothing. She has good ears, maybe it's also just easier to draw. I mean, it probably is a little bit, but you know what else? Like, they don't blink like this either. Like, they put so much effort into like all like doing this whole like little tells thing and everything. I feel like if she was actually blind, they would make more of an effort to make it look like she was blind, is all I'm saying. And the fact that they're not feels more like it's something on purpose than something of them just not doing their research, because of the nature of the game and how half the game is you trying to like point people's like little ticks and everything out and using it to prove contradictions. This has to be on purpose. There's something up with her for sure. We don't know everything yet. Well, if they call it Virginia, they must only be found in Virginia. How certain all in Virginia know of these? It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say.
Thought she said all in Virginia knew of these. I mean, she's not Virginian, but even if she does live there.
There is one fact I do know about the Cocoon though. Something all in Virginia know.
What's that?
Cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country.
Isn't this the stuff that... Wasn't this kind of related? Well, no, we did the ink. That was like the ink in paper, though. Is this what they used to make that paper? That like really special fancy paper that was like a big... Everyone made a big stink about during Investigations 1.5?
If someone does and is caught, they would be put to death. To death?
Why?
I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there is a good reason.
This is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess.
So that's what he was up to.
Tracking down a Virginia cocoon smuggling. I feel like a lot of the things that come out of Virginia are just not allowed to to be taken out of the country.
Smuggling.
Maybe she wasn't always blind, old habit? Yeah, but like that's not really a... I mean, maybe it's a habit. It could, I guess. I'm not gonna say it's impossible. You're probably not wrong. That's what we'll say.
Seems I was marked.
Marked?
Life changed for me when the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought those Virginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion.
And Mr. Latouche was placed as an undercover agent to look into it.
Virginia is a small, sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you?
But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Virginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means...
What, Apollo?
There must be some reason why Virginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved.
Huh? Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause a commotion?
Cocoon smuggling. And Miss Latouche had Lamar marked. It couldn't be her.
Huh?
There's one other person I need to talk to. Thank you for talking with us, Lamar.
It was the least I could do.
Actually, I have another request.
If it is within my power...
I need an interpreter. Someone who speaks Virginian.
Apollo?
Would you come with us, if you're well enough?
I see. Yes. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Huh? Where are we going?
Come on, Trucy. About to get to the bottom of this. It wasn't her that was marked. It was him. He was the smuggler. Man can see. He's not saying shit. Apparently doesn't know a lick of English. Somehow ended up in a position to be accused of murder. That sounds like a smuggler to me. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case.
Machi.
Could you interpret for us, Lamar?
Yes.
Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see right.
I was completely fooled myself.
Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us?
Wait, Mr. Attorney. What do you mean by secret?
What do I mean by secret? Well... if I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? Yeah, that got him.
Hey, you got a reaction. A big one. Machi, you didn't.
Trucy and I were trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one.
Mr. Attorney, please tell me.
Lamar, please, interpret.
Very well.
I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution. And have them look into it.
We ask you to wait. Do not be so hasty. Machi? do you know everything?
Yes, everything. Well, sort of.
Then tell us about it.
I like that one of the symbols is just someone doing a Hadoken.
Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk is a potent cure. A cure?
Must cure some disease.
It's a cure for incuritus.
A cure for incuritus?
It's a cure for something that's called an incurable disease? You could have just said it was a cure for, like... That's dumb. That's just dumb. What a stupid name for a disease. Like, they couldn't think of anything else, just like, let's just call it incuritus. You know, if there's another word they would have used if this game was made like 10 years later. You know there's another word. Yeah, the unobtainium for incuritus. Mithril. Unobtainium and incuritus.
But if it's a cure, why keep it in Virginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine.
A bunch of selfish pricks.
I do not understand the reasons myself.
Okay, well, at least we know what it is. A cure. It's a cure for Ligma. And Miss Latus was after the cocoon smugglers. Only the Virginians can cure Ligma. No one else is allowed to. Wait, was Machi...
Machi, you weren't. He couldn't be a smuggler. He's so little.
That makes him the perfect smuggler! You know where he could go with that size?
Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you?
Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician.
She said sort of. Ah, to have a copy of that security camera tape.
Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Are you the one that killed the man?
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna get that a straight answer if you ask someone that question.
First he plays blind, now he plays dumb.
I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale?
Can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get the death penalty here if you don't fucking start talking.
That's right, it's punishable by death.
The judge mentioned a kid being terrible. Maybe it's the same disease. Ooh, true. Wait, don't tell me she is doing it now. Come on, she was better than this in fucking the last game. I told you, they're just throwing in all the yet to be shown investigation characters under the bus. Yeah, not only does the kid have an incurable disease, but the mom is like looking for black market cures from like illegally exported goods. So we're just going to get rid of both of the characters now that we haven't even made yet. Wonder if Candace knows about the cocoons. Yeah, like that's what I'm thinking, because that's exactly what the judge said. The judge said that the kid was the I don't know, whatever her title is. It was her kid.
About the case? What about the case?
Wants to tell us about Miss Latus's death? Uh-oh.
Oh, you're standing up for the kid? Or you just don't want us getting all this information, do you?
Darian?
What do you mean? Visiting hours aren't over yet. There's a call from Machi from the Virginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry. No go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Darian, wait!
I never liked you. Either of you.
Huh?
Okay, cool. I didn't like you either. Your shirt's kind of cool, though.
Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo.
You didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say.
Apollo.
There can only be one reason why.
Why is everyone ignoring me?
Oh, sorry. This is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow, in court.
Him and his flaccid quaff.
Hey, I think that hair's pretty cool. I don't know about you, I kind of like it. I do recall having seen his sprite used in some, like, YouTube parody videos back when I was, like, 13. It's a shame that he seems to be possibly a one-off character, specifically for this case. Because I did like him. I had no idea who he was, I had zero context for it, but I did like it. Okay, how much is left of this trial? Like how long is this trial portion? I'm just curious how much more we have for this thing, because I don't know how much longer I want to stream, but if maybe we'll do at least a little bit of it. Okay, probably pretty lengthy. It's my guess. All right, well we'll do a couple interviews. I'm getting kind of tired. I'm hoping maybe tonight will be the night I actually fall asleep. That'd be crazy. We'll do a little bit, but don't expect the whole thing.
Well, this is it.
You gotta get going anyhow. Have a good night. All right, yeah. Have a good night, Gradient. Hopefully you can get some sleep. My fingers are crossed that I can. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. This meeting's over. Sorry.
Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call him back after that.
Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving.
Tarian, wait.
This guy says a child former and a ladder. Yeah, but the former is yesterday's. So the former is what we did the other day. Oh no, it's not. I did click on the wrong part. Shit. Yeah, okay. This is definitely a huge thing. Okay. I don't even think we'll get through all the former stuff. I highly doubt it. But let's do at least one interview and I'll see where I'm at.
Darn it, we were so close. He was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo.
He wants to hear what Machi had to say. I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. Oh, okay, or someone could just get shot. What was that?
Who's that talking?
Oh, you're here.
Valet Gramier.
I expected as he exclaimed as he walked in through the door. Normally.
You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent?
A preposterous proposition. How could I stand up to the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day.
Oh, with vanishing magic?
Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning.
Warning? What?
A grand glamour of glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth.
A glamour?
A spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell.
And there he goes.
Sure seem happy about that illusion thing.
Oh, big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. Can't pull off a show without one. Big illusion is always a spectacle to remember. Usually involves cutting up things, like people or elephants, or the Eiffel Tower, anything really.
So he's talking about what we saw at the concert.
Lamar's disappearing act.
And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar.
Wonder what he meant by being at the root of all that has happened.
Well, it's about time. Shall we go?
Excuse me, sir. Yes? Scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. The trial will not be commencing until 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Something happened? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Great. But he stayed up too late last night, watching courtroom dramas. Apparently he's visiting the hospital again. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. Apparently his condition worsened considerably this morning. Chief Justice's son? Oh, that's right. Remember yesterday morning? Judge said he had to go visit him after the trial. Oh, there it is. Incuratus syndrome. First case in country. Man's gonna go save the US of A from COVID-19 in the year 2026 with his illicit black market goods. Wait, what if the judge was the client and he bought the cocoon? There's an article in the news about it in the newspaper, if you care to read about it yourself. Incuratus? Where have I heard that before?
I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Just leave the TV Guide page to me.
Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can.
My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... how do you say this name again?
Mati Tobaye, our suspect for Tissimo?
Right. It is trial in any case.
Bench is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor?
No, well, yes. It's just, I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuratus, was it? That article said there was no known cure.
Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law.
Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday.
I asked Interpol about that number. IPXX314206. Agent registered under this number was Romy and Latouche.
Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help.
Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out.
Wait. That voice just now. It was him. I am servant. It was him? That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche when I heard the gunshots fired. It was him. It was Mr. Darien.
No way. Quite a sensational ending. Who would have thought that Darien would guest star in this season cliffhanger as a suspect?
I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings.
Darien Crescent is a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after investigation, I found no cause to alter our case or file new charges. And your reason is?
Weren't you aware, Airforehead?
He has an impeccable alibi.
An alibi?
Let us review the facts again, shall we? The concert held on the night of the shooting was in 3 sets. The Governors whipped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guests took center stage. The only performers appearing were myself, Lemuar, and Matsi, along with the drummer and bassist for a total of 5. The shooting in the dressing room, however, took place during the third set. Lemuar and the defendant Mati Tobaye had left the stage at that point, and the Governors were already rocking. This is when 2 shots rang out at the scene of the crime. Shots heard by Detective Emma Sky, mind you.
And Apollo. You heard them too, right?
I sure did.
Furthermore, Lamora herself witnessed the moment of the crime.
Yeah, perhaps I should say she heard the moment of the crime.
Quincy claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking.
But that's impossible! Detective Crescent was...
Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less.
Voila! A perfect alibi.
Does the defense have anything to add to this?
It's true.
When I heard those gunshots, he must have been on stage. Still, there's something there that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Guardian Kristen's alibi has been acknowledged. Which means that Lemma was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed there are no objections. Uh-oh, Apollo. He declares the verdict now. But Prosecutor Gavin's case is airtight. Lemma might have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? That's the case. What about the case? Want to tell us about Mr. Latus's death? This meeting's over. Guardian? Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him. Under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant. What was his name again? Doesn't matter what his name is. We're objecting. Your Honor. No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marcus or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I'd like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean. I do. Defense calls defendant Machi Tobaye to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you and, where's the toilet? Defense would like to request Lamoir as the interpreter. Lamoir? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, there, forehead. Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lamoir lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. Well, if both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lamoir to the witness stand. Oh, did the judge use, like, a male pronoun when describing the Chief Justice? Oh, shit. I didn't even notice that. Okay, so I guess it's not, maybe she retired or something. So maybe it's not her. Good. That means, those two are fine. I would have hated for that ending of all things. Just to have both of them, like, either arrested and or die off screen. Because of, like, some throwaway plot point in this one case. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would, Lamoir. Yes. He says Mati Tobaye is the defendant. This is certainly a first for the courtroom. Not that we really need an interpretation of that message in particular. So far, so good. Interesting that he didn't give a occupation. Not even like pianist. No, just the defendant. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought that far yet. You called him specifically to talk about the thing he didn't get to talk about. You forgot? Apollo, aren't you gonna ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment if I might speak. Yes, Lamoir. Just now, Machi says there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something? What could it be? What sort of testimony is he talking about? One moment, please. Suspense is killing me. What? 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 Well, Lamoir, according to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. Ooh, this I'd like to see. Yeah, I'm guessing someone else probably just took her to position for whatever unknown reason. So it's someone else entirely. But you know what? I'm okay with that. That's good.
This is a surprise. Victory, Apollo! We did it!
This is sounding too good to believe. And I know what that usually means.
Well, if that's true, then this is vital testimony. And Mati, please testify to the court. Very well. He says that word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock. What if the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song? That is, he could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them.
That's his definitive proof? That's not definitive proof of anything. What? They're lyrics to a song. You don't have to know the language to understand the lyrics of a song that you might be singing.
I see.
Like, people write with foreign words in their songs all the time. I mean, Japan's definitely no stranger to that. I don't think this is proof at all.
He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wondered what he meant by proof.
That's not proof in the slightest. I don't care if he's my client. I don't believe that for a second.
Why, he would only have to ask Lamour to know the meaning of that song.
Yeah, they could be conspirating too. Exactly. Lamour, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him?
I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lamour might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would.
Yes, Your Honor.
Something's hidden in that testimony, I know it.
I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. It worked yesterday. It'll work today.
He says that the word of Mr. Latus's death came as a great shock.
Okay. So I wonder who's gonna have the... Are we gonna have to look for one here? Okay, probably have to look for one first. Well, you know what? Let's press. Because we only have 4 statements, which means we probably need to get a 5th. Because there's usually at least 5. We're matching Mr. Latus close.
Yes, after we traveled around the world on tour together. Memoir, this is Machi's cross-examination, not yours. But I knew the answer. This is a court of law. We'll play by the book. I understand. Rescue Garen's tough. He's really tough.
Yeah, let him answer.
Machi says he was very good friends with Mr. Latus. Mr. Latus was always a gentleman, never angry. We got along quite well. I never dreamed that something like this would happen.
Guitar Serenade, correct?
Yes, the climb followed the lyrics of the song. The theft of the keyring, the burning guitar, and the bullet. This is why it could not have been me.
I could not have done it, you mean?
It is very simple. Machi could not have done all the things that happened that day. All those things followed the song lyrics closely.
Well, maybe he didn't follow the song. Maybe he just did part of it, and maybe there was someone that was working with him then. Maybe a certain woman who might be present in this courtroom, perhaps? Wouldn't it be difficult for him to perform without knowing the meaning of the lyrics? He just plays the piano. He doesn't need to know shit about the lyrics.
He did not know what the song was about. Its mood, shall we say. He did know what the song was about. Its mood, shall we say. This was enough to play by. I told him it was a song about a guitar in love. It's not actually the guitar that's in love, strictly speaking. Oh, perhaps I misunderstood. Ah, no, not really. Yours is also a valid interpretation.
Okay. Wow, way to just, like, simp for her in the middle of the courtroom, guy. You didn't need to do that.
Not as my fault, I am too used to singing in Virginian. It is much easier than trying to understand these English lyrics. You he was innocent.
I believe he is too, Trucy. I do.
What's wrong, Apollo? You got a tummy ache or something?
Something's hidden from that testimony. If it's the truth, I'll find it.
Alright. So I guess we need to use the ring to find contradiction. I'm looking at his face. I feel like she's not the one that's lying here. She's just the messenger. This one? Okay, yeah, this is his face. See, notice how he, like, is just completely unblinking, and yet he's the one that's apparently not blind. We're getting double bluffed here. I'm sure of it. Well, we can see her face too, kind of. Yeah. We can't see, like, any other part. No, we can see her eyes too. I thought it was just him at first as well, but we can definitely see both of them, which is going to make this very tricky. Yeah, okay. Which one's going to be? If killing truth, follow the lyrics of my song. I, that is he, could not have done it. Okay. This one might be it. This one's like a definitive statement. We can catch someone on a lie for. Her, maybe? No. I don't think it's the fourth statement. Oh, actually, okay, never mind. Actually, this could be the fourth statement. I thought it was something else. Ah, there it is. Fuck, I missed it. Blind my ass. Or seen my ass. He's clearly blind. Here again. Alright. We found it. This motherfucker can see through those dark glasses like it's nothing. Apollo's insane. I only see Machi eyes when you zoom. You can definitely see her eyes. I was all over her face. You could clearly try and point out something on her if you wanted. Oh, but I see what you mean. You can only see his eyes if you zoom in. Not that only his eyes are available, but like his eyes are only visible if you zoom in. I think... No, you know what? No, they're not there at all. It's completely opaque in the far shot. Right. I misinterpreted what your sentence meant. But no, you're correct. His eyes are only visible, which means that, yeah, his eyes had to have been a thing. You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lamar said the word English. Why? Don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. Machi, tell the truth. You can't understand English, can't you? What are you saying? Of course he can't. Does he continue with the charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. He learned the name for this language, that is all. Would the name for English not be, like, its own word in Borginian? I mean, not necessarily. That's true. But I'm surprised they just don't have their own word for it. So, how, like, the fact that he understands the word English. What? Give me a break.
Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance?
Well, yeah, but... Okay, never mind. She makes a decent point. That's true.
I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language.
Well, explain this. How does he know the crime followed the lyrics?
Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper.
Oh, did you now? Newspaper?
The Virginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in this country these days, you know? They have already begun to report about this case in our homeland.
I was right.
What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden.
Machi's lying. Maybe it's time to show and prove that he's lying. I can't believe we're just about to call out our own client like this. That's never been done before in the history of Phoenix Wright. Ever. This evidence proves you're lying.
Perhaps my interpretation was at fault. What she says, try again, adhesive.
What? No, this is it. Because the paper, they didn't write about the lyrics in the Virginian news. They only wrote about it in the English news. Oh, come on! I have to present the English newspaper? Is that even an option? Oh, did I pick this one and not this one? Wait, which one did I pick? Shit, maybe I got them mixed up. I presented the English one? Okay, thank you. I thought I did click on it. Alright, fair enough. I clicked on the wrong one. I meant to click on this one. I thought I clicked on this one. Didn't realize I clicked on this one. Okay, you know what? I mean, I meant to click on this one. I knew this was the correct answer. That said, I feel like this could be a situation where both should be correct. Because you could be like, well, they only presented only in the English paper did they talk about the lyrics. They didn't present that in the Virginian one, so how did he know about the lyrics if they were in the paper? Because I guarantee the moment I click on that Virginian paper, we're going to compare it to the English paper. But that's also not the right article, to be fair. So actually, in this case, that's probably not a good idea to have both. We don't actually have an English article of it. But I meant to click on the Virginian one. I just wasn't paying attention. I just saw newspaper. I forgot I had two of them. Try again. There it is. Have your Virginian newspaper. Virginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed. There's a feature article about the case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics.
What is all this about?
I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in the Virginian newspaper. That didn't take long.
What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. Ah, I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes.
You mean their English questioning?
Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself.
So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard about them was in this courtroom. In English, no less.
But this will explain himself. But he says... Yes? It is true I read the newspaper. But this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Now I remember.
You remember?
He says he heard of the lyrics from me.
Yeah, but you were talking about it earlier and how you never gave him the details of the lyrics. What? We just went over how you didn't detail the lyrics. You didn't talk about the specific parts that led to the series of events. And now you're saying that's not true?
Is this true, Lamar? Yes, I'm afraid I had forgotten it myself.
Then it looks like Ethel has been jumping to conclusions again.
It seems so, yes.
I was onto something, I knew it. Can't let this chance slip away. She's 100% covering for him.
They're both guilty. Are we gonna get to send both of them to jail?
Time is at issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination?
What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep cross-examining, I'd better have an angle of attack. Or else. Bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue.
If you must, you must. Very well. Witness. I understand.
Okay. I explained the crime followed the song. Okay, let's press it first, and then we will try and deduce it. Exactly how much did you explain to Machi? We went over this. You didn't explain anything, apparently, but apparently you just forgot explaining it.
This is a question for me, yes?
This interpretation thing is getting old fast.
I told him that Mr. Letus had been killed and why he was a suspect. I told him the crimes that day that followed my song.
Did you mention any particular words of the song relating to the case? Such as heart?
Yes, of course I explained this. He was quite surprised. I knew he was innocent.
Yeah, bullshit, he's innocent. You're not paying attention at all, Trucy? Okay. I'm guessing we have to, like, perceive this one. Because that's the only new one. Yeah, because we did that one last time. Is it going to be his eyes again, or are we going for her this time? What? Okay, it's got to be him then. Something's in here. No? She golfed on the last time shot. Oh, can it be the same thing twice? I didn't know it was like one tell per character, but I guess that makes sense. I thought it'd be something different each time. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Shit. I forgot we had to stop. Okay, then it's probably what we're looking for then. Because the thing is still lit up, so I'm guessing we have to use it, because otherwise why would it be lit up? Yeah, okay, there it is. I already missed it, god damn it. Lamar, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain?
Me? Uncertain?
Yeah, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained.
I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you.
Lamar, are you indeed protecting someone?
That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself.
Then allow me to answer for you. Lamar, you're protecting... It's probably him, right? Like, who else? There's no one else here to protect. Yeah, obviously the kid. Lamar, you are protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us you had to explain how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice. And now you have Lamar lying on your behalf. This is going to work. You have to trust me too. Your two lies cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Alright, good. Now we can interview this kid properly.
Witness, is this true? Do you understand English? Yes. A little. Only.
Well, clearly enough to understand song lyrics, I would imagine.
What?
And apparently enough to read a newspaper as well, which is usually considered a little more than a little.
First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lamoa? No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? Last. This is last.
Machi, could you tell us what really happened?
No shooting. I did no shooting.
So you weren't the one in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct?
Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor.
Which would be right after the shooting, right?
Then there is voice. Voice or voices? Was it you and Emma, Apollo?
So when Machi went to the dressing room, Mr. Latus had already been shot. And then we came to the door.
Banner high up. I take off. Run away. Run away.
So it was you who escaped through that air vent. Wow, he really was sus.
Haha, as the prosecution has upheld all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession?
No, he clearly denied that he did it.
I know shooting. Manager on floor. Already on floor. The victim had already been shot, you say? I find that hard to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say to this? He's climbed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. No, of course there is. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk is a potent cure. Cure? Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me.
That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please, tell us the truth for your own sake.
No, no more speak. Not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, Herr Forehead.
Hey, you were the one who didn't believe him.
Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to learn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed.
I only have 5 minutes to do that? I feel like I need more time. At least 10.
Apollo Eustace.
That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some.
Believe, I know shooting.
Machi claims Mr. Latus was already down on the ground when he entered the room.
Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it? Suddenly, I hear revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear voice.
You heard gunshots?
Yes, it's true. I heard revolver. But only sound.
Wait, so you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latus already dead, and then you heard shots? If that's true.
So, wait, but...
So the shots that missed...
Well then, was there a third shot?
Well, the body must have been transported then. Oh, I bet the... Wasn't there a guitar case in that room that we didn't really get a chance to check properly? It never let us. $100 says he was shot elsewhere, put in the case, delivered to the dressing room, and then someone just let 2 off into the wall to like cover his tracks. And it's like, oh, it's a big powerful gun. It must have gone clean through his shoulder, which probably did at one point. But they don't actually have the bullet that killed him. They just have the 2 bullets that ended up in the wall, because neither of them actually killed him. Or he died some other way, and then the shoulder wound was just part of the stunt.
So you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots?
And you escaped through an air vent. I know. Huh? What do you know? I know if I open the vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area? Is that what he means? Hey, he's right. Look, Apollo. Huh. Yeah. How'd you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this. From Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. Magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went to the room to find the body and then he heard shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Hello, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. What? I thought we were supposed to believe him and believe he wasn't lying. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Machi? I no talk. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. Is that why he doesn't want to talk? Because he knows the cocoon's gonna come up? I can't go home. Can't go home? I can't go home to Virginia. I don't want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. Here's the thing, if the gun was fired in front of Machi, he would have seen that person. Would he though? How do we know that he would have seen it in that room? Maybe he was hiding. Maybe he was already in the vent by that point. Or he was like hiding behind a couch or something. There's a lot of ways that you don't see a person shoot a gun in a room that cluttered. And none of them have to do with the fact that he's not blind. You don't have to be blind to like not witness the crime properly there. That's right, it's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's go back in there. Right. You say you saw the body, heard 2 shots, then fled the vent. Okay, so... I don't know. I can see that a little bit. It's a little trickier, but we've had dumber bullshit in this game. Like, okay, you saw the body, maybe you heard someone come in, or maybe you saw the body and then you saw the other person walking around with a gun. So you hide, you don't want to see anything else, and then you just hear 2 shots go off. I don't see how they could be playback audio. Those 2 shots clearly happened. But regardless, let's maybe keep from like too much speculation here. Let's just see what happens. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Same. Until I thought this was your big chance to turn the case around. Actually, it is. Defense would like to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lamour. Lamour? What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lamour's testimony was insubstantial. That's nothing you can... Lamour was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lamour dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. Oh, what? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be able to kill Lamour? Can you think of a reason? Well, think about how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English. Yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could have that been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. Defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out.
So am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely that there is a nugget of truth in Lamoire's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover?
Exactly.
If Lamoire is attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in the testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lamoire's testimony once more.
You know what? There's one thing, it's really stupid. If it's playback audio, like you're suggesting, I don't really see how it could be, because there hasn't been really any evidence of that, although there has been a lot of foreshadowing of audio equipment in play. I'm wondering if somehow the trigger device that was in the piano was coming through the speaker as a gunshot. But I feel like if they were using the piano during the third act of the concert, you'd be hearing that key a lot more, because if it's where it was on the piano, there's a good chance that key would have been hit a lot. But that's the only thing I could see maybe possibly making a gunshot sound, although that's extremely far-fetched and would be really fucking dumb.
Lambo, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Matsuya is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this.
Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window. And that the voice belonged to Darren Crescent, yes?
That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite soundproof.
Oh, so they proved it to be soundproof? Alright, you know what? Fine. If they proved it to be soundproof, I will believe that.
You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice?
I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there.
Says, it seems much you do not know. Yet it's my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor.
I think Paulo Clavier is a better dynamic than Nick, his 3 main opponents. They seem like... I don't know, it reminds me a lot of like Edgeworth. Although a little more fleshed out. Like this dynamic feels like what would happen if we got a second Phoenix versus Edgeworth game. Which we never got. That's what this almost feels like a follow-up to. Despite the fact that they just met, it kind of feels like they're arguing a lot better. Like this makes me think of what we kind of got near the end of the first game with Edgeworth. Just a little bit. I'm guessing this guy never shows up again, which is a little unfortunate. I mean, prosecutors are, as far as I know, are never used twice. Well, except for Franziska in Game 3, but that whole case was like a big ol', send-off to all the characters anyways. So that's an exception.
I was on my way back from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard him. Mr. Latouche and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was the smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window.
I wonder if she possibly smelt the ignition device going off. But that was in the room, though. And if the window is soundproof, it's surely going to be smell-proof as well. So I don't see how that's possible.
Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth.
Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this.
What you have said to have happened is impossible.
I have to repeat myself. Lamar was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy?
Apollo, for a moment there, you were pretty cool.
Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Yeah, maybe that's why Nick always gets away with everything, because he doesn't think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness? I mean, 3-5, we had Edgeworth versus Fran for day 1. We did, but that didn't have Phoenix in it. I would have liked to have seen at least one more. It would have been nice if we got one Phoenix versus Edgeworth, but story-wise, that just made 0 sense, and that wasn't the point of that plot. But maybe we'll see him again, because, I mean, he's apparently on the box art for this game. So he must appear at some point. Whether or not we actually get to face off against them, I don't know. I could see that happening. But he does appear. We can say that with certainty. Steam has confirmed it. Okay, so this is a normal cross-examination then. We'll have to find evidence this time. Is something wrong? I know I said hold it. She's saying the same thing she said before. Mr. Justice? Sorry, it's nothing. Please continue with the testimony. Now I want to know what they mean by about the reckless youth these days. Someone in red over there is a shining example here, Judge. You're the last person who should be pointing fingers, Mr. Rockstar. Darren Crescent? I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window of the scene was closed? Is that why? Of course. Oh, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. Ah, she's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Didn't we ask about this? What they were talking about? I thought we did that yesterday. I'll try this first. Did you happen to hear anything else at that time? Anything else? Anything else besides the victim and the shooter's conversation? Anything at all? That's quite the vague question. Other than the conversation, I heard a clock ticking, the 2 men breathing, footsteps. That is all. Yeah, that's a lot of really detailed stuff you heard, despite the window being soundproofed. Nothing new there as expected. Ugh, I was hoping for a little more than that. I'm sure you should just carry on with the cross-examination. As you wish. I don't think we did. I thought we touched on that. I was gonna click on it anyways, of course, but I swear we did. Lemar, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but... I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase? You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. Yeah, but you should still say it. Just say the words. We can understand it. This could be it. Clue I've been waiting for. Well, what'd he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Letus. The shooter then. Darren Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch? And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Letus? I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure. I'd be delayed. It's very, very vital. Maybe we could add it to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? And it was Detective Darren Crescent's voice. Yes, I am sure of it. It's over. Press the switch. Why would he say that to Mr. Letus? Apollo, the murder weapon, the revolver was Mr. Letus's, right? Yeah. What of it? Well, maybe when he said press the switch, he really meant to say pull the trigger? Because his English isn't so good. Darren Crescent is a native speaker. Oh, right. Sorry, I kind of forgot who was what. Yeah, but... Yeah, okay, never mind. No, I was getting mixed up too for a split second there. Now, obviously we know what we need to present here. It's not something a killer usually says to a victim, is it? Is there no one else in the room? I do not know. All I heard was Mr. Letus and the detective. Alright, you know what? We're just gonna cut to the chase on this one. We all know what we're presenting here. On this one. Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock this mystery of those words. Oh? Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch that saves the lights. True, it wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have a switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? I mean, it's more like a button. I wouldn't really call it a switch, but... Problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage? Where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there. On the stage? Are you claiming that the voice Lemur heard was one of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility. And we have a means of doing so as well. Oh, Herr Forehead, I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert hall. The stage is quite far from Lemur's dressing room. Not to mention that the governors were in the middle of a concert on stage. We are known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. Detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have Air Forehead's cries a possibility fallen far short of being heard. Switch can't have many buttons. When I hear switch, I think of something that can be held in two different states. A button cannot be held in two different states. Up and down is not a state. Not in that sense. A button is either on or off. A switch, I feel, is more like something that can be turned like 1 or 2. And maybe a 0. A button is 0 and 1. I call that a button. That's a trigger. Push the trigger. Push the switch. Doesn't really work when you push a switch. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said. Or, do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Oh wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room. Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? My town switch is at least 12 months. Alright, listen here. You're right. I can't disagree with that. I'll have you know, though, it has more than 12 buttons. It has more like, I don't know, 4, 8, 10, 14, 16, 20, 18. It has 18 buttons. No, 20 buttons. Ha! 23 if you want to get real technical. 23 buttons. Which you're right, is more than 12. So I guess we're both right. Type of transmitter, communications device. Communications device? From what I heard that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. We all had one. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple. So, but wait, those sent out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lamar said it was about 30 feet, right? Let's cross-section diagram of the concert form. Ah, exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So whenever I heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage. You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. Ugh. I'm sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. If you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case.
What's up, Apollo? Apollo?
We know about this switch, right? We know what it is.
Yeah?
Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened.
Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch...
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Justice?
I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is.
Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking the switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is?
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this?
That's what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones?
Yeah, it's the fucking Note 7. Samsung made it. It's their hottest, latest design. Very hot indeed. This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? I just told you what phone looks like that.
Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter?
Yes, actually. 18 D-pad ABXY, that's 8. LRZ, LZR, that's tolls 12. What else you can see in your button? So you have ABXY, that's 4. You have the 4 of the D-pad, that's 8. You have the shoulder buttons, like you said, that's 12. You also have plus and minus, that's 14. You have home and the record button, that's 16. L3, R3 is 18. And then there's also the 4 SL and SR buttons. So actually that's 24. I miscounted. And then you have the 3 on the tablet itself. For a grand total of 27, actually. Because you have power, and you have volume up, and you have volume down. That's 3 individual buttons right there. And I guess if you want to get real technical, that's actually 29 if you want to include the release triggers. Or the Joy-Cons.
You aren't saying this switch is a remote?
I am. There's a remote trigger for an igniter.
What?
Look, I'll show you. Yeah, just turn it on in court. That's real safe.
Mr. Justice, you'll cease and desist for burning down this courtroom.
Sorry, that was a bit more fire than expected.
If my whiskers had caught on fire...
Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you?
You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you?
Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. Are we saying that there was maybe 2 unusual bursts of flame then? What if that thing killed Latus? It would have been around the same time, though. Now, mind you, though, the only problem with that theory is the coroner's report didn't say anything about burn scars. Nothing was burnt on that body, it was just the shoulder wound from the bullet. So he was definitely shot to death. But maybe it was involved somehow anyways. It could have been involved in the murder.
Wasn't that part of the stage show, though?
Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware that such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake.
That's right. He got it in Virginia from Lamoire. He said that sound was amazing before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes.
The better the guitars are bited buns. Forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie these 2 things together. So's being the shooter's voice, heard by Lamoire, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Not sure about buttons to attach to Joy-Cons. I'm looking at my Switch 2 volume buttons, and there's 2 sides and 1 long. Yes, but they're 2 separate buttons. Otherwise, if it was 1 long button, how could you turn the volume up and down? Checkmate. No, but I seriously consider that 2 different buttons. Because, like, it's literally volume up and volume down. If you were to take off that plastic top, you would see that's 2 separate switches. And I've seen in... what other system did it? The I think the 3DS and the DSi, if you were to use Homebrew on either of those systems, you could actually program the volume up and volume down buttons to do separate actions. Like, unrelated to volume, you could just program those are just 2 buttons you could program to do whatever you wanted with Homebrew. And I'm sure other developers could do that too, but obviously, I mean, why would you, remove the functionality to turn the volume up and down? I think there was one functionality you did with a button combo between like volume up and one other button on some 3DS Homebrew application that I had installed before. So it definitely can be done that way. They're digital buttons and they act as such. They just so happen to be programmed to do volume, but they're just buttons at the end of the day. I didn't even think about, like all the other buttons. See, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people don't consider home and capture to be, buttons, but they are buttons. If you plug a Joy-Con or a Pro Controller into a computer, actually, I can do this with my Pro Controllers. I can plug them into a computer. I can assign the home and the capture buttons to literally anything I want on Steam. They're fully mappable. And you can just, like, reprogram it to anything. I know by default, like, if you were to plug it into a Steam Deck, the Pro Controller, the home button acts as like the home button on the Steam button on the Steam Deck itself. But you can make that home button do whatever you want. You can make capture do whatever you want as well. They're just 2 extra buttons that you have lying around for your own use. My DSi selected and volume was a shortcut to brightness setting. Yeah, that too. That's what it was. It also did that on the 3DS. When you went to DS mode on 3DS, you could use it was like select and volume, and you could change like the screen size and brightness level in DS mode if you wanted. Mr. Trucy and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed, and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense. There's something about it that's bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? Seems pretty simple to me. Yeah, the timeline is what's bugging me. Because if that was what the command... If that was the command to set the guitar on fire, that would put it squarely in the middle of Act 2. But the shooter... But the Letus died between Acts 2 and 3. Or during Act 3 at least. Sometime after Act 2. Maybe. I'm not so sure about that though. But the timeline as we know it, that contradicts it. I'm guessing though he probably died around then, because like there was 2 igniters. That second igniter had to be used for something. It was probably involved in the murder somehow. Man died early, body is planted, murderer comes in, bang bang into the wall, lets everyone know the guy's dead, and then he moves the body again and does his whole like dramatic finale with the song lyrics on the stage. Forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? Your simple story simply makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. Guitar got fired during the Lamour song. Indeed. Yet the shooting happened during the third set. The 2 are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. Your premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. You sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this, specifically? Glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the 3rd act. There we go. That's the classic Phoenix Wright maneuver that we all know and love. What's this? But Detective Ambaskai heard shots and found the body. All of this happened in the 3rd act. Gunshots rang out, and according to his testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. What are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony. Namely, that the victim had already been shot. We all heard the gunshots, but no one saw the shooting.
This is insane.
Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. Next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. Now, okay, but so now the only problem I have is Lamoire walked by the window during the third act after she was done performing, and that's when she claims to have heard the whole press the switch thing. So if the press the switch was related to the guitar thing, oh, you know what? Okay, did she specifically say this was that she walked down there after Act 2? I don't think she did. You know what she was down there for? She was down there because she was down there for the whole magic act. I mean, that seems like an absurdly small amount of time. But my guess is she was backstage so she could transfer platforms as part of the act. Mid-song. That's when they said throw the switch. His guitar lit on fire before she reappeared. That's when it would have happened. Seems absurd, but it technically could be possible. With all these facts, we can only draw one conclusion. Crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. Because I guarantee we're going to now interview we're going to cross-examine the magician, have him reveal his secret on how the trick was done, find out that she was there backstage during the second act. That's when they said throw the switch. She gets back up on stage, his guitar is already on fire, and then she's there to continue singing. Order! Order! But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song, yes? Hey, he's right. Look. The bullet is supposed to come after the fire. Yeah? Who says he was shot to death? Or at least, like, who said what bullet it was? Why does it have to be the one that killed him? Bullets were fired after the fire. We all know this. We heard them. We saw the results. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through. With a little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. Reversed? Prosecutor Gavin? If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. Shooter Ian would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet therefore had this raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. Crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he'd follow the lyrics the whole way. So it was just a coincidence up until a point, and then he said, you know what, fuck it. We'll go all the way. You know, really throw him off the trail. Order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. Killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, Killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. Oh, it sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic. It's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? It's a contradiction there, Forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. Could Lamoire have heard a voice through it? What do you mean through it? We all just finished explaining how she heard it over the headset. Didn't we? Or do we just say that the voice was transmitted over the headset, but we didn't specify that she was wearing one? I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right.
Lamar's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, Shooter's voice.
Well, what if she couldn't hear it, Apollo?
Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. Can't all be coincidence. How do I make it work?
I see a more direct line of questioning is required. Once the crime scene was investigated immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lamar heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court?
Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lamar heard a voice. And she heard it during the second set. Was Lamar able to hear the voice? She had divine hearing. Look, if Apollo's allowed to have divine powers of deduction with his bracelet. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. Shooter had no reason to close it, had it been open either. Meaning, it was impossible to hear the voice through that window.
It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Virginian too.
What the fuck does that mean, Clavier? What are you insinuating? As I was saying, Lamar could not hear the voice through that window. So there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this?
You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely different languages. You dirty Virginian. Shall I interpret for you, Airforehead? Lamar clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there is only one small window at the scene.
Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene?
There is?
How would she even know it's a small window if she's blind, right? So what does it matter to her? What she considers a small window.
I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well, you claim Lamar heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was.
Lamar heard the voice from here. There's only other one place that sound could possibly travel to. Really? That's not the window? The vents above are not windows? That we don't understand English? That doesn't mean a thing. Clearly the actual Virginian in this case knows English. Okay, where else is a window then? If not there. Small window we know about was closed. There's only one other thing she could have meant. Did I just, like, not click on it properly? Oh, where else could we go? Oh, is it this vent? Is it this vent specifically, or is it this one? Is this a window? Where's that guy with, like, looking at the butterfly? I'm gonna say it's this vent. It has to be one of the vents. This is where Lamar heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent. Well, I mean, it's like a window. You just have to think about it a little differently. Come on. Keep an open mind, Judge. What did she tell us? She said she's a Virginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Oh, that's what we're pulling. We're pulling the language card now. Funny, because didn't she say to us in private how she's not Virginian? And that she actually, Virginian's not her main native language? And that she understands English perfectly well? Oh, but no, we're just going to play off the, like, the publicity stunt. Because it just nicely happens to fit with our narrative. I see how it is.
Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous into ludicrous. So Lamar was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice?
That's the only logical explanation, yes.
Logical. I do not think this word means what you think it means, there, forehead.
Okay. What about it isn't logical?
Hardly very the same. Why would Lamar be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat. No offense intended to her, of course.
Explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin. Isn't it, Lamar? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes?
Yes. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed. But why should that mean I could not hear through it? I fear the prosecutor might himself need an interpreter.
I can't believe we pulled the language card and got away with it when it didn't really make sense to do so. I kind of wish you could just click on any of the vents, let's be real. Those are all the same ventilation system. Why does it have to specifically be that one vent when there's 3 vents on screen? Now, to be fair, I didn't see the arrow letting me pan over to the other half of the room until I already clicked. And it was when I saw that I was like, oh shit, it's probably the other vent. But even so, I feel like all 3 events should have counted. Problem here is words. Lamar, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room? Not low on a wall?
Yes, it was up on the ceiling.
I like the notion that Clavier doesn't actually know how to speak English, he just speaks in guitar. And that's why we never hear him talk. And whenever there's like an exclamation from him, it's just the guitar riff.
Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room? And that's where you heard the moment of the crime?
Yeah, she was up above the ceiling because that's probably part of the stunt. Although, why that was part of the whole teleportation act, I don't know. That seems a little, I don't know, unconventional, probably, is a good word for it.
Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point.
Yes, well, why the heck were you up there?
I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure, I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room.
Wouldn't it just been a lot simpler if she just heard it over the headpiece? Because, like, I guess only the crew wore those, but apparently, like, Clavier and everyone else on stage wore them, so why didn't she get one of them? I feel like that would have been the much simpler and more straightforward and, like, plausible explanation than, oh, she was in the ventilation system. She fucking vented. Like, where did this come from? Like, I mean, my guess is it's probably part of the magic trick, but why? Well, looks like I'm on the right track.
Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice.
She's way bigger than Machi is. And we were trying to make the argument earlier that no one else could have possibly fit up there. Even Emma said she couldn't fit up there. What's the size difference between Emma and Lamar? Because they look pretty similar in size. Those are some big ass vents too. They're like almost 4 height. Yes, a kid can fit up there. We're seeing right here that an adult can also fit up here. So the notion that only the kid could have... Wait, didn't we just go through this? On how only a kid could have gone up these vents to escape? And now we're seeing a full adult go up these vents to escape? Okay.
I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say.
Yeah, you can't say it because it would ruin the magic trick, we know.
I am bound to secrecy on this matter.
Yeah, that's clearly the trick.
Bound to secrecy? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. So this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, ja, Herr Our mission isn't this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Apollo?
I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Above the ceiling? Could you be more specific?
I cannot.
Because you're bound to secrecy.
Yes. To tell the truth, I was not supposed to even say I was above the ceiling. I dare not say more.
Doesn't it sound like I'll be able to coax it out of her just by asking? By small window, you mean the air vent?
I only remembered what I needed to be careful of where I put my hands and feet. I cannot see the light coming through the window, of course. The air vent grate could trip you up, certainly. So I was walking very carefully when I heard the gunshots.
Didn't she, like, take all of, like, 5 seconds to teleport? How much time did she spend in these vents? Is this, like, JoJo time where they take, like, 10 minutes to monologue and only, like, 3 seconds pass?
Startled, I crouched and listened. That is when I heard the voice coming from the room.
Darian's voice.
I knew something terrible had happened yet.
So without a word, you just let the third set start?
After the curtain closed for the second set, there was still much to do.
You could have prevented this whole misunderstanding if you had only told us sooner.
Yes, perhaps I could have.
I see little point in badgering the witness.
What's done is done.
The mind works differently when one is in the middle of a performance. Why, I've lost my voice in the middle of a show and kept on singing, completely unaware. Singing without a voice? Only all contradictions were so obvious. Well, I could get Lamoir to talk. Pressuring her like this doesn't seem to be getting me anywhere. You heard the gunshots during the second set during your performance. You're quite sure?
Yes. Why would I lie about the time? Why didn't you tell us this yesterday? No one asked me. I thought you all knew.
Oh yeah, we just knew you were in the vent. Okay.
Told you Machi was not the killer. I told you this many times.
Yes, you did. But you never told us why.
I am sorry. I was not able to speak of it.
Unable or unwilling?
She's not talking, Apollo. What do we do?
We'll just have to prove it ourselves. As long as she's bound by this pact of silence, she won't talk. But if I can prove why she was up there, she'll have to admit it.
How are you gonna do that? She was singing on the stage, Apollo. She couldn't have been up above the ceiling too.
Yes, she could. I've got a theory as to why, too. And maybe I've got the evidence to prove it. Now I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to present for that. Oops. Lamoira's bound to secrecy. It's going to take some hard-hitting proof to make her talk. I think I know why she was up there. How do I prove it? Hey, Crafter, how's it going? Ah, okay. I forgot to press this last one here. And then we'll figure out what we're presenting here, because I know what we're getting at, I just don't know how we're going to explain it. Exactly who bound you to secrecy?
I'm not sure I'm allowed to say who it was. No, I think perhaps that is alright. It is just a name after all. It is Valent Gramier. Perhaps you know him?
Valent Gramier? What?
You mean Uncle Valent? What? Valent Gramier? Who's Valent Gramier? Our Grand Magician. The one responsible for the illusion performed during our concert.
Interesting reaction, Prosecutor Gavin. Lamoir is bound to secrecy. Yeah. Alright. Is that the one we want to present on? Found the secrecy on this matter. I'm gonna say it's this one because this is the one that when you press, you get the name. So we need to present something related to that. Do we present the videotape of the performance itself? I feel like the videotape is the correct answer. I'm just not sure where we need to put it. This one's not quite as straightforward because we don't have any like direct evidence related to the magic trick itself, but we do have the video that has it. Tape in the fact she can't say why. Yeah. Oops, I meant to press back. I was thinking like the last or the second to last one. I only thought it would be the last because that's where the name drop was. Let's try this one. It's probably the right one. I mean, we have a little bit of wiggle room here. We can try a couple. This probably is it. Lemar, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear. Especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Oh, he says everything. He doesn't have any unique lines. Well, he just said objection here because we presented evidence instead of pressing. But he said it a few moments ago when I did presses. Yeah, this is how she did her teleportation act. She was crawling through the vents. See, she was up here, and then he yanks off her cloak, and then she vents, and then she appears on the other side. But only after totally lighting his guitar on fire and trying to kill him. She needs to be ejected now. Time to call a meeting. Oh yeah, he does say gotcha. Gotcha's a new one. But that's only specific to his, like, his old bracelet gimmick. Of looking for, like, tells and stuff. The visual ticks. I like how the flute or whatever in the MIDI that's clearly meant to be the voice doesn't line up to the English lyrics at all. I guarantee if you were to view the Japanese version of that animation, it would line up perfectly. As we can see, Lamar was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lamar is incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view. And during that time, she moved to the back of the form. Apollo? Oh, did I press something by accident? Shit. I hope not. Okay, no, we're good. What, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets. And it's against the rules. Yeah, well, your rules don't apply to courtrooms. We went over this. I'm a lawyer. Not supposed to be nice. Damn, okay, you didn't have to say that part out loud. Jesus. Maybe he's not like Phoenix Wright at all. This is all very fascinating. But how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she appears and disappears and reappears. Can we play that again? Hang on. I want to count the time. I want to actually see. That felt like less than 20 seconds. Am I wrong? Can we view the tape again? I'm gonna time this perfectly. Like the moment he pulls the cape, I'm gonna start counting time. I feel like the judge is wrong here. Oh, they made this like way longer, I guess. Alright, we saw the truncated version. Maybe that's why. I need to see it for myself, though. I didn't know there was like an extended edition of this tape. I'm waiting. I want to count these seconds. The judge might be correct. I could be wrong. All right, here we go.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, okay, never mind. All right, Judge. You certainly know your time. I'll let you know, though, Judge. It's actually closer to 24 seconds. Not 20 seconds. Still, it's not a lot of time. She somehow goes down into the vents, carefully makes her way through because she can't see shit, and then comes out the other side in like 24 seconds. That's pretty impressive.
She could have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin?
This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. Aha! He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the form. Ah! Recall Lamoire's testimony from yesterday. It was about 20. No, I counted it. I was looking at the timer on my recording. It was exactly 24 seconds, maybe 23. But yes, it was at least 20 seconds. So she has about 23 seconds to get across to the backside of the theater and somehow climb all the way up that thing. I don't know if she climbed it or if like she was raised up or what, but that's still not a lot of time regardless.
I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it.
Okay, she said like a little window. That was the stipulation, so she didn't actually lie in court. That's how they get you.
Straight for the stage, the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling.
Lamoire knew of this because of her part in the illusion. She wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Machi told me something.
I know if I open Invent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that?
Oh, were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin?
I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, yet I had no idea of the routes that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know.
Which is why he bound Lamoire to secrecy. Well, Lamoire?
I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Matsu was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used the route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that, but I'm still a little confused.
Why's that, Your Honor?
As I said before, there was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast, especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice?
Yeah, exactly. Even the judge is calling out how ridiculous this is sounding. He learned from the circus case a few years ago. He knows. That's a good question.
Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well. Mr. Justice?
Yes?
It's all up to you. Do your thing.
What thing, Your Honor?
You need to explain how Lamoire was able to teleport like she did. Oh, I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater.
Ugh. Why do I get picked on? It's Lamoire who isn't going along with the program here.
As I've stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusions that night in detail.
Well, then let's get someone on the stand who can.
And you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it'll be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please.
Right. Feel like a student before her finals.
Good luck, Apollo. Follows the route exactly as we instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited, and from there one can enter the forum on the opposite side of the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice.
Why did you laugh at the small pause? Wait, which small pause? I couldn't tell you why you laughed.
2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens.
Suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something.
As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice.
Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lamoir is saying and what we can see plainly in the video.
I figured it out already. I am a magician, after all.
Well, tell me.
Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on.
Hey, you're supposed to be on my side here. I think she's on the side of magic, not on the side of justice. How did you, proceed along this route?
How? Why, I walked.
But you arrived behind the forum much too fast. I've been walking. Tell the truth, Omar. You rode some kind of vehicle.
What? A vehicle? What vehicle?
Yeah, what kind of vehicle fits in the vents?
Ah, what a novel idea. I like it. Hey, that's not a bad guess. Wrong, but not bad.
Haha, yes, laugh at the dumb attorney. I don't mind.
I'm sorry, but the girl is right. That vent was much too small for vehicles. It was a tight fit, even I had to crouch as I walked. I cannot imagine a vehicle that would fit in such a small space.
It wasn't a vehicle, what was it?
It'd be going for a while there, Mr. Justice. Too bad. Ready for the next part?
I feel like I'm on some kind of quiz show. Did everyone on the concert staff know about the trick?
Not at all. Only a few that were needed to help. See, like I said, it's on a need-to-know basis.
So not many people knew about the trick.
What were those stagehands required to do? One needed to open the emergency exit. The other door to the stairs is locked, but once through there...
So when you came back out, you were behind the audience?
Yes, that is how it worked.
Not a bad show, if I do say so myself.
That's Uncle Valiant for you, the old Grammar touch. But on the video, you were only gone for 20 seconds. How is that possible?
That's the part I don't get either.
Yes, it would be hard to go so far in only 20 seconds.
Two minutes?
Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you are running.
Running? In that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling?
Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit makes no difference to me.
Yeah, but cramped? You were hunched over. That's true, but...
So you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway.
Omar disappears on the video for 20 seconds. But she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? Was it a doppelganger? Someone else dressed as her?
If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us? Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony?
Evidence explain the discrepancy? Do we present the video? Okay, we can safely hold off on this one for a sec. Let me finish pressing, and then I guess we'll probably use the video. What kind of evidence would prove that? What's your professional opinion about this one, Trucy?
Sorry, I don't work in evidence.
And I don't work in tricks. I'm an attorney, not a magician, for crying out loud.
Really? I'm sure Daddy would have loved working on this.
Thanks. That makes me feel oh so much better. Yeah, he had to deal with it a few times. And all that bullshit trickery. Man, how would Apollo react to like all of the possession shit that Phoenix had to deal with? Like, you think he would be buying that? And you'd just be like, no, I'm fucking done. I'm gonna go find a new occupation. I can't deal with like ghosts and shit appearing in court and being taken seriously.
Well, I don't know about all of you, but I find this mystery fascinating. I'm not letting this trial go any further until we get to the bottom of it. The defense will continue with the cross-examination until we have some answers.
Easier said than done. And it was Darian's voice you heard?
Yes, I'm certain it was him.
Matter best left for later, yeah? Put that forehead of yours into to work on this illusion first. Hold on. I think the identity of the killer is a little more important, don't you? I mean, we kind of need to figure out her exact timeline of events so we know where she was during all of this. Wouldn't want to accidentally end up with her getting accused, would we?
Important smartest. Objection overruled. Tell us about the illusion. He's trying to avoid the problem at hand, Apollo.
Trying to avoid the problem? This is a murder trial. The killer's the problem. Contradiction between Lemmore's testimony and the video. Raveling illusion can't be so different from solving a normal case, right?
Sorry, Apollo. I'm not telling. Not even if you make those puppy dog faces.
Fine. Fine. Look, if we want actual magic to be involved in these things, that's a different Phoenix Wright, like, visual novel series that I would like to stream. I don't know if I'd stream it right after we finish these games, but they are a lot shorter. But it basically boils down to, what if Phoenix Wright, but actual magic was involved? And was normal? I'm not talking about Professor Layton. Okay, so I think we'll press this one. And then we'll say, yes, we do have evidence. We'll give that a try. Lane doesn't have real magic. No, he doesn't. But the crossover game did get close to having real magic. They certainly toyed with the idea. But, you know, classic Layton fashion, there's an explanation for everything. But there is a series of Phoenix Wright-esque visual novels. I have played the first one, but that was a long time ago. It was pretty good. I liked it. But it was basically just, what if Phoenix Wright, but actual magic was involved? And somehow you use magic and logical evidence and deduction to solve cases. Okay, we're gonna present evidence. I think there's like 5 or 6 of them. The first one was at least good. I don't know about the rest. Alright. I'm guessing we present the video because that's what it was hinting at. So I have to see between the video and testimony. Wait, we can't use the video as the discrepancy proof between the video and testimony. That makes 0 sense. Is it the fire accident inside his guitar? No, it's gotta be the video. Because we were told that the answer was in the video, right? The brooch? I mean, that would explain why the brooch was lost, right? Oh, you know what? You're right. Okay. It's gotta be the brooch. Because, wait, yeah, can we check the video? Hang on, hang on. Because she has the brooch here. I never noticed this. Okay. And then she doesn't have the brooch here. But what does this explain exactly? Yeah, she doesn't have the brooch. But I don't know what that's meant to tell us. Holy shit, she doesn't. Oh my god, how did I never notice that? Okay. I guess we're presenting the brooch. Explains discrepancy between video and testimony, yeah. Lamore, do you happen to remember this brooch? Ah, the brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now, why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. But, like, why is that a... What does this prove exactly? That she went through the... She went through the vents? I mean, okay, we already determined that. Are we trying to figure... We're trying to figure out how she did it in 20 seconds, though. Right? So, what does the brooch have to do with this? Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later.
What? The brooch, it's gone.
What?
Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. And it takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lamoir we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lamoir we see after are two different people. I was considering that. I didn't see how that could be possible. Like, I was trying to think of who the doppelganger could be.
What?
Brooch is found in the floor of the crime scene. And not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lamoir, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime?
Yes, I think I did. Order! Prosecutor Gavin!
From your expression, I gathered you had no idea this was the case, Sir Judge. I, of course, knew about it.
What?
Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it, just it never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So, I was right, there was a switch?
There was. And just before the stage's tower rose, Lamoir was replaced. But we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lamoir?
Why, the man behind the illusion, Fallon Gamay. Wow. Okay. Man cleans up real nice. Because I don't see how that's possible, but sure. It was Gramier. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing.
Yes?
Switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on stage.
That's right.
But this fake Lamoir is still singing. And she's pretty good. Yeah, it's called lip syncing. I know you've never been to a concert, Apollo, but you have to know, all concerts are illusions. Because no one sings at them.
That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording.
So Gavin, there's not some kind of air guitar band thrown in?
Oh? You mean I'm wrong?
When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lamoir? Yeah, but her singing could be a recording.
Very well.
Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony.
I had to keep singing, even while I moved.
Okay, so she had one of the mics on then. So she used one of the headsets to keep singing while she moved, while everything else was going on, while the magician pretended to be you on stage, visually. You moved to the back, accidentally dropped your brooch. That's how you witnessed the crime. Okay. No, I can, sure. We can roll with that. You were singing?
Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings. So I used this.
Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Wouldn't, like, the acoustics inside the vent be absolutely horrendous? Like, there's no way that doesn't get picked up on the mic. The echo in the vents. That is some insane, like, post-processing that they were able to put on that mic feed during the stage show.
Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness?
Because audio matters! You're a singer, you should know this!
But if you were singing while you were walking... That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard?
Yeah, not to mention it would also get picked up on the fucking mic if it happened at the same time.
She was singing right over their heads after all.
That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Unless the shooting didn't take place right then. It took place somewhere else, and it wasn't in that room.
Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime.
What state?
I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo.
The speaker? That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder.
That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring? It pipes in the real-time feed from the stage microphones. It's useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Wouldn't that speaker cause like insane feedback loop then? Because she was singing, and I would imagine it's probably also coming out of that same speaker, right above where she was standing. Satisfied? That testing boom is fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lamoir singing in the ceiling. Sounds just like Lamoir singing over the speaker. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice. That's called a feedback loop. How is there no feedback? If the speaker is that loud, it sounds like it's pretty loud, there should be at least a little feedback. I mean, there's some pretty impressive like headset mics out there, but I don't know. I feel like the lack of feedback is a little hard to believe. The tech crew on this fucking show is like god tier, because not only did they get rid of the shitty acoustics of the vent, her movement, the wind from her moving, they also got rid of the potential feedback from the speaker, and apparently even a gunshot. No one heard that gunshot. Supposedly if it happened there, which I'm starting to think that the murder didn't actually happen in that room, the body was transported, which is something I brought up earlier. So, that's an amazing tech crew. I don't know who was on tech there, but they need like the most insane promotion ever. Lamar? I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped? Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many people would notice. What? That mixing board I lent you. Where is it? The mixing, huh? The machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. Oh, this. I had completely forgotten about it. So what you're saying is that the gunshot is on here and perfectly audible. Okay, where does she start, like, moving through the vents? Probably, well, I guess she is moving through the vents, technically. That kid has like the worst hand form I've ever seen of a piano player. Look at his wrists. They're so rigid. They're like pointing straight down at a 90-degree angle. I thought this kid was like a master pianist. Song does stop there. It does? I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Oh yeah. Oh, she only says it once. I mean, hey, you want pretty good for like hearing a gunshot, getting startled, and then just immediately picking up where you left off. Like, getting startled is just natural, but the fact she was able to just keep on going and powering through it like that without missing a beat, beautiful. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. Crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lamoir's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Which means Darian Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Gavin, do you think he's going to want to agree with this, considering that this is going to ruin his band? If this man gets arrested? Fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a child turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin? Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lamoir's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, that's quite simple. So it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant? You've been saying this all night.
That's like such the most easiest comeback you could possibly make, and is practically meaningless.
Do you have no proof? All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man, don't you mean? Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be frank.
Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice.
This is a good time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and be ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess.
Okay. This one seems like it's probably gonna be a bit, and I think we'll save this for the next part. Yeah, I'm gonna we'll save this for the next part because I'm sure this is gonna be a bit long, and it's already like almost 1 a.m. But I'm sure we'll get to start case 4 decently enough. Like I know it won't be that long. That'll take up its own entire part. That'll probably be like a good third of the next case. But I think we'll probably save this part for next time. And then just combine it with the opening of case 4 most likely. So yeah, we will stop there. I think that's an okay place to stop. Not like a huge cliffhanger. Nothing crazy there. I figured we were probably gonna wrap it back around to him anyways. I'm sure we'll probably also get to interview the magician. I feel like he's still got to come in here at some point. Maybe not. Maybe we don't get to interview him. He was just kind of there briefly for whatever reason. Case 4, maybe first part of the day 1 trial. Jeez, is the day 1 trial that long? I don't know, we'll see. I mean, we could probably end up doing like a longer part of that. I'm surprised I was staying up this late anyways. I was like kind of a little tired going through that whole thing. Not like crazy tired, I was falling asleep, but I was worried about that. But to be on the safe side, I don't want to go any further. So we will stop it there. I will be back tomorrow. We'll play some Lingo 2. I should still be able to do a Metroid stream this week, hopefully. And fingers crossed nothing terrible happens and prevents another Minecraft stream, because it's... we haven't had a good Meatball Craft stream in like over 2 weeks now. So I'm hoping we can remedy that this Friday. Yeah, I guess if we do the rest of this, I don't know how long this is going to actually be. It could be like an hour, it could be like 2 hours. I don't really time these things. And these cases are always all over the place anyways. Each game is like, does something different. They're all as long as they need to be. Except maybe that one case in investigations. But the rest of it's all seems to be like a good length. And that means they're all different lengths. Anyways, that'll be it for today. I hope everyone enjoyed. Thank you for watching, and I will see you next time.